I fixed it. Hi. It's Chris from Airwindows, and this is another Minecraft streaming day. As is apparently completely obvious, I've been going way too hard, and I have to spend another day derping around playing video games. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I'm clearly not well enough to notice my own settings. But what I can do is show you what I have got out of this most recent burst of going way too hard. And you're looking currently at Into the Matrix, which is the program that I'm using to generate these reverbs. It's busy running right now. And what we see over here is that the 6x6 version currently generates a 3x3 early reflection section out of the large 6x6. You see at the top, it's declaring that. And then if we scooch down to here, that's the 6x6 section. And this is what I'm using. I did something like this for K Beyond, but I have an improvement that didn't apply to K Beyond, but will apply to whatever I do going forwards. Here's how that works. Firstly, quit out of there. See, these are example files for reverb impulses. One's called 1129 and one's called Alt 1129. So 1129 is the way I have done, well, technically not K-Cosmos. K-Cosmos is a different thing, but the way I did K Beyond, using the 3x3 matrix to generate 27 individual delays. Alt 1129 is something different. Let's bounce it over to SWB audio capture. I have heard this, so I don't need to be shown. So it started like that. I'm going to put this in the upcoming video this coming Saturday or Sunday as a little demonstration of what I've done. And I'm probably going to be dropping the new K Cathedral for a reason I will show you in a moment. And then we'll get into the Minecrafting. But here is a reverb done with the K Beyond type behavior. Here's exactly the same, but the new one. Turns out there is such a thing as a 3x3 householder matrix, which is not the same thing as just a 3x3 matrix. What you do is you start including some of the delay paths at a 2 times amplification but negative. So there's this little diagonal that is just pass through, that is unity gain and no change. And much like how the 6x6 works, the 3x3 in a proper householder matrix uses 2x amplification, which is of course the same thing as bit shift gain. And that's the only difference. The only difference between these things. Here, I'll set it up so that I can hear it as well. I just sent it to stream without being able to hear it. So before, you hear it's much brighter and sort of splashier. Once you start doing the householder matrix, it's insanely better in terms of distance and space. And that is using the same technique of running a 3x3 matrix into the 6x6 matrix and using the 3x3 as the early reflections. And I think it might even be using the technique I'm using of using the same values in the matrix rather than just running a bunch of variations, because the way I was using K-Beyond, I ran a whole separate batch of 3x3 matrices and evaluated them separately for how good they were, and then did combinations of the two things. And as I combined those things, I was measuring and evaluating every little combination between my chosen 6x6 matrix and any number of 3x3s that I combine it with. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm just using values out of the 6x6, and I think it is working better. Because what I have here, I'll switch this over there for the moment, I'm calling double winners. What that means, and then here is a bunch of my previous ones, like for instance 3x3s, I do have those still. 4x4s, I don't know if I did double winners for these ones. I do have a goodly number of these that have been generated. I have hopes of making a replacement for clear coat and a batch of other ones along those lines with simply new algorithms, because like this is the stuff I'm able to do now. Weird things like this. And we've got a bunch of these as well. When it says Fletcher M, that's part of my evaluation. It's simply the same reverb impulse, and it's been put through a really steep filter so that only the most sensitive area of hearing is left. And I'm evaluating that separately using my little calculator. And this card, I've done many different versions of this. This is the most recent one. For measuring the average amplitude and then subtracting max RMS, which gives me a number that is higher when the peak energy is higher. And so Fletcher Munson is doing that exact same calculation, but doing it on a heavily filtered version where only the high frequencies remain. And again, here is another example of a reverb, but it's with Fletcher Munson, means this is only the mid-range. This is also an old version before my current evaluation. This is June 29th. It's a long time ago, half a month ago. I seem to have done all of these on June 29th, so I clearly need to replace all of these with the new batch. But these are all the old verbs, and here are the new ones. And the way this has been done is I am firstly evaluating by Fletcher Munson, which produces the colored spot on the side is a rating. It's the amount of energy left after you subtract the average, the max from the average, giving a peak energy heavy evaluation. And the reason I do that is because I think it makes it sound more like a very distant sound. Which brings us to today. I'm not going to save this. And here is what may very well become the new cathedral. It can be heard also compared with other ones. For instance, here is some small ones, somewhat larger. And then our church one. And there's some question whether I might want to do one like this. Or figure something else out. Like there's that one, and then there's this one, which are somewhat opposite. But I'll be listening to and sorting out all of those things after having spent literally all of Monday going through and evaluating all of these guys. There's 149 here, including the ones from this morning. The ones from this morning were all extremely large spaces. Like here is another large space. Kind of washy, honestly. But you can also have small ones that rate this poorly. You get different kinds of sounds out of it. See, the thing I like about this is that combining it with the early reflections technique means that each of these get much more of their own distinct flavor than before. And this is largely why I was grinding away at it from before dawn until well past darkness yesterday, is I knew I had something going on with this. And part of it was the program now runs and generates the 3x3 matrix I need and want. But before then, I didn't have that. What I had to do was take something much like this and then take an area here, and I had to do this with it. And I'm doing, like, some of the reason I'm going on about this is current events. Things like the U.S. Supreme Court allowing Trump to completely disband the Department of Education, which is like, whoa, that's big. And it's weird for me because I dropped out of college and never had much success in school, and yet I don't believe for a second that that is the correct thing. Like, me not being able to do school was not evidence that everybody should not be able to have school. Me not being able to do school was kind of my bad. I just wasn't qualified to dealing with it. And the I don't know how much damage is being done. I know that the research institutions were very dismayed by having their funding cut, and even they probably didn't anticipate having all of education removed from America. Seems weird, seems bad. I don't know what's going to happen. But it does seem to me that faced with stuff like that going on, and also the way that AI is becoming extremely stupid, it's kind of on me to try to educate people and to explain how you should do to be a healthy human. Similarly to Smurf has a question about weird random clicks when I put in a high ratio and compression. You probably shouldn't be putting in that high of a ratio and compression. Wait for me to do one that adapts itself to extreme settings. In particular, I don't think that one wants high compression. I think that one probably likes lower compression, and the fact that it suppresses the volume down so much is a tip that that's probably not going to work for you with that particular plugin. It's not necessary. Subsonic bass is going to have an effect on Pressure 6 because I know what subsonic bass is going to do. It's going to produce high RMS loudness. And Pressure 6 responds differently to peaks and loudness. Oh, do you mean I used Pressure 6 and pushed it to an extreme where it misbehaved, and should it misbehave? Probably the answer would be yes. As always, the plugins are made in such a way where you can, dare I say, abuse them, set them up in such a way where you can make their behavior be unreasonable. So essentially, having bass is going to have an effect on that because it responds to density versus peak energy, and subsonic bass is extreme high density relative to peak energy. It's going to push it as hard as possible in one direction or another. So if you're making it freak out, it could be very possible that subsonic bass is doing that. One way that you could experiment with it is if you filtered that and then it acted differently. Note, of course, that you cannot filter it using like the subsonic as in supersonic plugin, because that is something of a misnomer, in that what it's doing is it's filtering, it's trying to make a brick wall at 20 hertz, which is not actually useful and will give you more subsonic bass or near subsonic bass relative to the main audio. Anywho, I have this looking at you. So this is what I had to do. And I have to make sure to put it in selected text only. I had to do this. For the, it was about 130 separate things in this file. All of the infrasonic, yeah. In this file, what I had to do was go through for all the ones where my program wasn't generating for me the 3x3 matrix. And it's arranged in such a way where increasing value goes this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. It sort of snakes back and forth from one corner to the other. And I had to look through each of the results that I produced here. As you see, it took the word const int d6 and changed it to carriage return. That's what the \n means, and a %, which it could be anything. Correct, Hermit Pass is a good idea for trying to tame bass rather than just doing weird things with it. So I had to weed through data more than 130 times in exactly this way. I'm telling you because along the lines of people have to educate themselves, and I don't mean by that digging up conspiracy theories on Facebook planted there by Russian ops. I had to come up with ways of solving this problem because it didn't give me the numbers that I wanted. And if you intend to function as a human being, you need to do likewise. So what I had to do was run this search and replace. Again, I chose carriage return so that I could see where the numbers were. And the % could have been any figure that wasn't contained in this other stuff. And then I had a vertical line of numbers, and I would go through the numbers and go, here's the top one. This needs to be the largest possible number. What's the largest possible number here? Let's see. And funny thing, I don't see where the 3000 is, but it must be in here somewhere. Or maybe there is some weird thing I'm not anticipating. But I would scan through looking for that number. Does seem odd. I don't know why this is the way that it is. Because this is from this morning, so that's... Oh, hang on, I just realized something interesting. Okay, so this is harmless, but look at this. See, this is how I have to work. I'm going to get onto the Minecraft playing. Perhaps after slowly drinking other sips of coffee. I have to drink the sips of coffee carefully, lest I choke. Everything in the world is too intense and scary right now. So it's a risk of like falling over dead with a heart attack or choking on your coffee. And so I have to take a breath and like deal. What I'm seeing here is interesting. This represents that my current code, so I'll probably fix this. I see no reason I shouldn't fix this before moving on to the Minecraft. I have a 6x6 matrix here that contains a bunch of numbers that I'm not seeing here. So what I've been doing is generating some stuff that doesn't actually conform to what I think it's doing. And it's giving me some perfectly good results, mind you. But let me use this same technique to put this back, and then I'll show you what I think I was doing. Search carriage return % replace constant D6. Watch this. Boop. Now it's back to the code that I'm using. But what I was telling you is different. Let's go and do that again. This is what I did on into the night on Monday. I had to do all of these and then generate the audio and then go on from there. And you can see that this has a 1314. And then you look down to ZI here. There it is. I had to go through and pick out, there's 1242. And there it is. The intention was this 3x3 must use the same values that are used in the big matrix, so that any tonal colorations that are happening from the numbers affecting each other, those are going to be baked right in to the early reflections. There's no harm in using infrasonic on the master bus if you know what it's going to do. What it's going to do is add a lot of weird behavior around subsonics, which will probably cause them to be extreme and obvious. Maybe that's what you want. Anyways, you can see that this is actually working the way that I intended. Here's my largest number. Here it is in here. I had to go and do this manually over all of these because this information did not exist for anything that I hadn't generated past a certain point. Much like with me debugging it. Let's see. Let's see when this kicks in. So these are the ones I did this morning. And I'm fine with if it is not as intended. It looks very much like I am looking at a mistake. It's not one that's hurting anything, but it's still a mistake. And I'm going to fix it. So 715, these are all the ones I did this morning. Let's see if the ones that I did yesterday also are doing it. I won't be throwing them away because they might still have good sounds, but I need to fix this moving forward. Let's see, back to this. Here's from yesterday. Up, up. 1618, 1631. Ah, there's a 1715. That's contained here. Is there a 1703 in here? Funny, I don't think there is. Okay, I have some debugging to do. I'm going to also check and see how far back this goes. It's harmless. It's like this is still working, but this is not what I had in mind. And that would be why they're all sounding so different. And I should be able to compare it with earlier ones. Like, for instance, if I do everything by date modified, right? So these are all today. And indeed, it does sound very deep. There is yesterday. And in fact, a bunch of this stuff, see where it says GIBD, HHGXFK, there's probably a point where those start to be manually done. And this might be part of it. So I'm looking at this one here, 1326. I can also listen to it. I have measured it and calculated it. It's not there. There it is. This counts, and it's actually one of the better performers. This counts as one where I have not done what I wanted to do with it. There is a mistake. There is a bug. I am needing to fix it. And indeed, I feel like there's a funny sort of overtone that comes from these values not being the same values that are present in the 6x6. Let's go and look up one that doesn't have this problem. So I know that one does. We'll put that back. I don't know, we'll have a look at maybe 1043. Is that far off enough? It says 1043B. Here's another batch. Aha. Okay, so there's another batch. And what I'm looking at these numbers for is I'm trying to see whether they contain exactly the same numbers that are in the 6x6. I don't know. I have to go and look. I feel like I don't see any 2000s in the 6x6, hinting that this is another example of it's not giving me the... These are ones I would have generated yesterday rather than just rewritten yesterday. If that's true, like see in this area, I don't see 2000s. They're in the 3, yet they're not in the 6. 6 doesn't extend up to that size, although actually everything is 18 to 2000, and I see nothing there. So in theory, 1587 GIBT is going to be less good sounding. Let's find out. What was that number? 1587. What's this sound like? Okay, funny tone coloring. Let's see at what point that stops. The ones where I had to calculate everything out from the numbers that are actually in, the 6x6 are the ones where it will be doing what I expected. I bet you I can also fix that bug. We shall see. First, I have to dig through this. So let's go and look up so I see a 1453 there. But do I see a 1473, or is this yet another instance of ones that I generated in the last couple of days where they're not? I might actually end up throwing these out and starting over. I'd promised I was going to have a reverb done by next weekend. I'm probably going to have a reverb done by next weekend. It just looks a little bit to me like I have to throw everything out and start over, which is not great. We'll see. It might end up with me digging through these and figuring out how to exempt all of these ones that were generated in the, because okay, so 713, 713, 713. All of these are generated in 713. Boy, did I make a lot of these over the last few days. $540, 1488. But do I see it here? I do not. So yeah, like everything that I've done since Sunday might need to be thrown away. Ah, but look at that. Here is 712. I generated so many of these because I thought it would make it easier, which sucks to be me, I guess. But let's go and investigate what some of the ones were that I had to do by hand. Because you see everything, if it includes this, let's see. 1304, 1304. 1293, let's find it in here. 1293. 1232. 1232. This one has its early reflections made out of the previous ones. 698. And everything has been generated from yesterday, so I can't really go by this. But a bunch of these are going to have legitimate values. Below this point, they're illegitimate values. Might just grovel through these manually. Don't need that open anymore. So 698, 698. Where's my 698? I wonder whether I will find it ranking higher if I do this. Let's see. So it says 698 Gebdi. So it's kind of, I've done that, but this is with me not everything under this point is stuff where I ran the program a lot and then ran through and generated all of these. All of these have invalid 3x3 matrices and may well be discarded. So boy, did I do a lot of those. But then everything from this point which will include some longer delays too. But 698, let's see. Not actually convenient looking it up this way. Because this, here it is, I found it. So this would be the one that's using the correct early reflections. Let's hear what that sounds like. That sounds way the heck cleaner than the ones that have different early reflections. Let's scroll up and see if we can find one that has a larger delay time. Well, there's the 736. It would be this. Yeah, if the delay times for the 3x3 are drawn from the 6x6, as I thought I was doing for the last 2 days, it sounds cleaner. It's not giving me everything I'd hoped for, but it sounds cleaner. Let's keep scrolling up. Haha. 1127 Gebdi. That's a longer one. And yet, 1565 is present in here. 1541. Let's see, where's that? Well, I see the 1466. Where's the 1541? There it is. Boop. Okay. So with this, and I may pipe this straight through to streams so that you can see what I'm talking about. 1127 Gebdi. Here's one of these ones where that is generated without using stray values that don't belong up here. If I go down to here, past this line, I start getting ones where there are extraneous values in here that don't belong in the 6x6. And the whole point of doing this, which is why it's frustrating that I have to do it all over, but whatever. I'll be all the more excited with the end results when I finally get it sorted out. Remember, I had to test out this concept using the by hand technique of going through and changing the numbers manually. Then I thought I was going to get a big help by being able to generate them directly, which is not true, but I can rebuild it and make the new version of it. So that also means these instances of the program are all being thrown away. They're bugged out and worthless, and we're not playing with them anymore. So 1127, if I scroll up to, let's see, there's an 1129 that looks very similar. Look, it's right next to it. So in theory, these two are right next to each other, and they have about the same density. They have about the same peak happiness, but this one should sound more natural and clean, and the one directly below it will sound more artificial and wrong. Let's find out. It's a good one. Huh. Okay, that's putting it strongly, because that sounds nice. I'm not willing to assume that that is actually bad. Although this one is using the smaller delay times, it sounds kind of like a smaller room. I'm willing to kind of believe that that is more accurate, but that sounds better. So we are not throwing out this previous work. Instead, we're leaving those and then updating it and seeing if we can get to the same place. Like, here's the one with the numbers contained within the 6x6. This is with the numbers not contained within the 6x6. And then here's a couple of other ones. Here's probably an example of one that doesn't sound nice. I think I stumbled across this 1129 one that actually sounds awesome. It's just that it's a bit of a crapshoot. And that does have, as much as it sounds cool, that has a kind of funny flangy quality going on. It's helping the sound, but Whereas I think that, although the size is not correct, I think that's sounding more like a believable small hall. So what we're looking at there, I'm even going to go and find where this is. Let's see, where did I have it? There we go. Never mind. I'm not going to delete those after all because they sounded cool. We'll keep it, but I'm going to fix the bug. I'm still going to call it a bug. Because what's happening is, essentially what's going on here is I'm trying to generate these things using same values redistributed for the smaller rooms. And I can zoom up to here, for instance, which is guaranteed to find me some of these ones that I had to do manually. Here's an example. 1387 here, 1387 there. It's going to have the same values. 837. I have to sort it by name. I think it is doing a better job of convincingly sounding like an actual room when it's the same numbers just being repeated again. Here's another example. Larger rooms were being mentioned. I don't have much of a way of... I've just gone and measured all of these things by performance, meaning that the high scorers aren't necessarily the ones that do this properly. It's just that it'll now sound different based on which ones are which. Although I'll tell you one thing. If I evaluate them by tag, all the smaller rooms and all the ones of certain forms, like these are recenter ones, but then all the ones with the words and text looking differently are the ones that I did manually by hand. And that is actually showing me certain things, like these guys up top performed very well with the Fletcher-Munson calculation of stripping away everything but that mid-range band and evaluating that for peak over RMS. It's just that 220 and 127 are very small shoeboxes of rooms. But there you go. So that's a fairly plausible small room. And up to a certain point, all of these are going to be calculated the way I wanted them to be. So 209. And these are all weighted based on what performed well with the Fletcher-Munson calculation. So this might be a good sounding room for something that's a more constrained size. Again, small room, Sweeter is asking about smaller rooms. Definitely doesn't sound like a truncated hall. And the way these are weighted, I previously had an extremely heavy weight on all of these smaller ones because it just stopped producing as much peak amplitude as the size expanded. So I included a calculation where in doing the calculation now I have to add the seat size divided by 1,000 manually, by hand, with my little pocket calculator. And what that does, see, there's the funny flangey thing again. 1042 Gebdi flak. That's one of the ones that were generated with the random extra values. It's making them sound different from each other in a way that's not so controllable. But then if I do one like this that's older, I'm going to call that more of a room-like sound and less of a weird flangey sound. But it still has the distance I wanted. It's taking the earlier reflections and building them out of values that are present in the 6x6. That was kind of the idea. Tiny room. That's probably before the bad values. And then I'm pretty sure this is the one that got my attention as a cool sounding, insanely big cathedral. No, not that one. Different one. Or was it this 1042? Maybe that one. And it's just a matter of evaluating what they sound like and which ones sound like a real room to me. That sounds like the funny flangey stuff I'm trying to avoid. This would not be the funny flangey stuff, but it's still giving me a funny sort of tone quality that I don't like. See this one. See, it's all about figuring this stuff out. See, there's a decent room. An older one. See, they're all a little bit different. When they don't have like random extra values poked into them, they have a certain consistency going on. Having the extra values in there is making it possible for the sound to be kind of lusher and richer and bigger, but at the same time, it is also giving rise to that obnoxious flangey quality. So this is something I want to fix, but I'm not going to throw out what I've got, which was a possibility. I was considering it. Because we might be able to use stuff like this, or this, or this. That's kind of strange, though. It's like a tin coliseum, this. I'm not going to want to run with this tone quality. But yeah, and then the way I'm getting it up into this zone where I can check these ones up at the top is by rating them according to peak energy over RMS. And I've measured all of these. Here are the ones where they rate very poorly. What that means is if they rate very poorly, there is more RMS and less peak energy, and so it kind of sounds thicker and denser. Like these. Kind of a more of an obvious rumble, and to some extent. See, that has a fairly cool sound on the snare, at least. That's a darker sound. See, similar decay time. Very different sound. In particular, this one, the drums sound much closer. With that one, the drums sound much farther. And that's the kind of stuff I have to sort out when doing these. Figuring them all out, getting them to work. And then, of course, we have funny things like this. That's a sort of loud roaring noise there. Another tin coliseum. Yeah, so I could see taking something like this, which I know is wrong, giving that one the BezEQ filter inside it, which I know is going to generate weird artifacts. And just the whole thing becomes a, like, alien spaceship interior. Yeah, that's a fun idea. I'll find a piece of scrap paper and make a little note having to do with that. Here's one I used previously. Okay, so 3198 Gibdi can become the alien spaceship, which uses BezEQ as the internal filter, which will cause funny artifacts. But then it also causes funny artifacts all by itself, and we can do that. I don't know if I want to do that for being the one that I put out this coming weekend. I would like to do something good to put out for this coming weekend. But heck, why not? That had a weird, twisted alien sound to it. So if I add the BezEQ thing to that, what's not to like? But now, before I get to play Minecraft, I have to fix my boo-boo. We'll do that, and then I'll continue. Here's the code that went wrong. Not this. This is fine. Here's what I need to do. So delays B1 to 36 are what we display. And in fact, it's loading up like this. It's loading it literally from the text edit sections. And it's generating the length. It's calculating delay times. And then here's your problem. Delays B somehow has many more values than it should. That's a little mysterious. Like, bits of it are working. I'm also stripping out duplicates, so that could be a problem, but it shouldn't be. I may just have to get rid of the deduplicating part, and I'll tell you why. For item in delays B is going wrong. I don't honestly understand how. The rest of this is going fine. I'm counting from 1 to 36. And then I should be taking the top 9. Okay, let's just run this. This is what I've been doing this entire time, and yet it has gone horribly wrong. Hey, Froggy Noel. I'm going to get to Minecraft playing soon. I promise. I can't play. I have work. So if we run this, it will start making stuff. Where's my BB edit? There it is. Let's see what my damages are. What has gone wrong? I have a blank screen. If I select all and copy this, it said if I select all and copy this, there we go, which means I can quit out of that program. Here's what we've just generated. Now, what's going wrong? For item in delays B. Okay, so we start it, we resize, if we've defined it here, we resize it to 37. We fill it with the value 1, which we're not actually seeing. And then delays B gets filled with this information, which ends up here. We're printing it directly out. We are printing it out like this. That we're not assigning to delays B of any of these, so that shouldn't be changing it. We've just taken it from the text edits. We have good data. It's as if, okay, so delays C packed in 32 array. Do we simply have like random data in here? I note that I have added to this array and I've instantiated this array, but at no point have I actually cropped it back to 0 size again. So see here, delay C sort, delay C reverse. That will produce a list of array entries. Here we append. But at no point have we ever resized. That's confusing. Now, what's the syntax I used for that? This. All right. That might fix things. We'll see. I'm interested to find out if that was it. Because you see, like I said up here, we instantiated this array. It said that it was an array. This one we resized and filled with blank stuff and then put these in where they needed to be. Those values are fine. This, on the other hand, we had never resized it, we just appended to it. And it's acting very much as if it had data in it, which mysteriously was all roughly around the sizes that they would have been already. Like, mysteriously, the data that lived in that array was similar to the, like we literally see it over here. See, there's a 2850. There's one of them in there. But then there's lots more of these buggers. Like there's a 2506, but this is all 2691, 2660, 2612. It's like it's added these to the list, but there were already a bunch of numbers in there that didn't belong. And so we don't get only the ones in this list, because at no point did we resize it down to a small number and then add only the stuff that was in this list. Instead, we left it whatever it was, and then added values. Then we added stuff that was in the other list. And then we sorted it, which means all the numbers went to the top, and then we reversed it. So let's try it again. And I'll fire up BB Edit again. And I'll grab that, and we'll bail out of here. And we'll see if this line of code, delay C resize, was enough to get it to only use values from within the other list. That being the hope. That was the plan. 3216. Do we have 3216 in here? 2962. So far, so good. 2798. There. 2765. There. 2033. It's 2024. Okay. Bug fixed. Now I can go back to the drawing board and, well, without having to throw out the stuff that it did generate, because it's like, fine, if I generated a bunch of them where there were stray random values that didn't belong in here and it produced different sounds, okay. Maybe they will even be good sounds. Some of them rated fairly well. But with a bit of luck, these will perform even better. Save. Export project. So when I run this overnight, I should be able to have legitimate results this time. From now going forward. And you know what? I'm also going to push this to the GitHub. Just give me a second. This became a bit of a mess, but it was solved with one line of code. This is the only thing I needed to add to make it work. That's cool. Save that. Quit out of here. I'm not actually working on the composition program today. It's been enough of this already. Here we are with Into the Matrix DMG, and if I drag that to my desktop and copy it over and over again, actually, you know what? I'm going to do it here where you can see it and then put it to where it belongs. So I don't need those. Oh, it didn't let me command delete it. No matter. There we go. And then this is what I do. because I run 15 of these at a time overnight because I have multiple cores in my computer. It was purchased with enough cores and RAM that I could have been doing AI things with it if it had turned out that that was useful. Instead, my derping around making mistakes in my own human way proves more useful in the long run. But it does mean that I can do the genetic algorithm stuff efficiently, because that's another situation where you end up needing to do a lot of processing. And if I clean that up, boop, and then I can move these over to where I will be using them on my desktop, out of the way. And I get to run that this evening when I have my tacos and move over to doing the reverb generation and stuff. I might just pick equally long delays again and see if I can get a proper cathedral, because I've got the proper insane alien spacecraft now. It's a weird distant sound. And people should have fun with that. But I really have my heart set on doing a damn good cathedral. And I don't think what I've been doing for the last 2 days is going to get me there. And you know what else isn't going to get me there? Downloading updates to Lunar Client. Oh, and I can close Twisted Wave. And this is what I was planning to do before I got sidetracked into bug fixing. But bug fixing is good. It would only take me longer to deal with it if I hadn't noticed. And who can say whether the mistake led to some generated reverbs that have their own legitimate qualities going on? I just know that I don't want to be running with that on purpose, because I feel using the same variables for the 3x3 and the 6x6 is going to be better on general principles going forward. And also I can delete some of this nonsense because these fools are paying to have their stuff stuck into my launcher, which I did not ask for, but I didn't pay for this launcher either, so this is just the kind of nonsense up with which one must put. Let's see whether this is still intact or whether it's been destroyed since I left. Cool. That looks like it was when I left it. I'm probably going to go and take apart the terrifying chicken machine. After all, we don't need to generate any more of these things. There's plenty. Probably take the boat and head out to somewhere else. I suppose I could leave it. Let's see what it generated, if anything. We don't have the machine on, so it's not generating any extra chickens. What it's doing is periodically laying eggs. And we have plenty of eggs. And the machine is off. My place of all bamboo is coming around okay. Honestly, I have a mind to go and harvest all of that bamboo and make like wood out of it or something. This was my previous game, was what would it be like if I literally made every square inch be bamboo. I wanted to see whether anything would spawn in the middle of all this bamboo. Oh. And I made my nice little basement, and I have a little map. The map contains whatever new stuff is there. Making bigger maps would be fun. Oh, there's all of the redstone. The redstone that was a infinitely high tower. Plenty of boats. Various random crud. Plants. Yep. One thing I am going to do, however, is having, you know what? Having done all of that, and by all of that, it didn't really take that long, the debugging, and discovering that my program hasn't been working the way I wanted it to for the last 2 days of relentless generating new reverbs. I'm basically fine with moving on today and only derping around in the Minecraft thing. But what I need to do is rinse out my coffee cup and take a brief break. So that was challenging enough that I'm going to just go and do that. Enjoy the Minecraft music. I will be back. Hopefully it keeps playing music at you. The music stopped. Sorry about that. The music stopped, so I have to just talk, I guess. Maybe my parrot will sing for me. There you go, parrot. Thank you. Hey, sorry about the music stopping. Like I said, I am oh. Hi, parrot. Now here is a thing where I think I'm the only one. Nope, Lucas Ipo is on stream. So this is briefly my opportunity to find out whether this area is in fact not spawnable. I'll prepare to defend myself. Up, I hear a baby zombie. That's actually bad news. That sucker can beat me up pretty good. Non-spawnable? I think not. I think it is spawnable. It's a baby zombie spawned. But how spawnable? And where spawnable? I know that guys can spawn in the ocean and come up at me. In theory, they could spawn on there. And nothing interesting is happening here that I didn't already know about. That's how many new eggs we got. Yay! So one of the things I am considering is making a sort of I can pursue a path of wickedness and cause there to be chicken killing machinery in here. And basically see how that rolls. You know, like, I don't know, a lava blade, and then more of the honestly, I'm not sure. Don't want those. Just for fun, we can get this machine going again, because why not, I guess? Doesn't need to be going that quickly, though. I think I've had my fun with the crazy chicken machine of evilness, though. I am not currently fixing to... Oh. Okay, here are further ideas. Can I make a pressure relief valve that allows the chickens to escape into a water-filled area. Which kills them, but in such a way that more of those hoppers can soak up the... Okay, so chests. Do I even have more hoppers? Well, I've got Bing chilling. Well, hello. Welcome to the weird little server, such as it is. Where the hell did I even... I bet it's here. Yep. Hello. Presumably you were watching the stream because that's where you would have seen the address. Okay, so... How? So, one hopper over a glass chamber. I'm going to need water, so there's a water bucket. I'm going to need a sign. That's going to be very problematic. Or possibly not. And I'm going to need glass block. There's a bunch of glass block. Okay, this is another interesting situation as far as how to build things and do things. So if I use my glass blocks correctly here, or maybe I even want more granite. How would that be? Let's use granite and stuff as well. I can probably produce a situation no, no, and no. I could put the hopper into shulker boxes, then it would become portable. Ah. Polished granite. See, the benefit of this kind of thing is that I have plenty of other stuff to think about and do. Maybe the fact that I'm doing horrifying Minecraft farm things is just a reflection of how horrifying life is. Okay, so bucket would have to go there. So maybe I don't honestly want... Okay, that didn't work. We'll figure this out. I'll figure this out. We'll see what happens. It's time to do weird crap. And probably get attacked by water zombies. But let's see now. So, double chest. Sure enough. Glass blocks are... And an additional, I could make another double chest. Sure enough. That needs to be there, and it will become a double chestification that should just about work. You can open chests into glass block because they are transparent. Place that there because it's allowable. What the crap did I hear? Oh, thanks, crafty men. People messing with my head, as one does. Okay, now I got a patio. And apparently water for no good reason. Oh, that's because there's water inside the chest. And water inside this chest too. But now there is not. Okay, so if I then make this a double chest, it better work as a double chest, I tell you what. Then make that a double chest. And make that glass on top of it. I don't know what that was about. Can you not be in there, please? Can you please fly out of there? But I can think of one thing that you must do before. Where's my glass block? So I'm going to want to do that. That didn't help. And I just fucked everything up. Damn it. I literally fucked everything up completely. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. You ever want to undo something? Let's see how much damage I can undo. Come on, let me go. Ha. Got there. Swear to God, I'm going to shoot Craftyman too. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. I think this is not working. Okay, so Craftyman, you had better have a sign on you, because I'm going to tell you what you must do. Craftyman, as punishment for going in there and being in my way, you need to place a sign so that that water block gets blocked off. I fear it's still not going to work, but it was my best chance. I don't think this is working. I don't think it worked. Although, maybe I just haven't gone far enough. Fine, stay in there then. Okay, so not that one. But this one, if I can do the bugger fast enough, maybe. Ha! Whatever, I don't care anymore. I'm having a bad day. Whatever. Thanks for breaking my thing, guy. So what I was trying to do was make a sort of escape valve where chickens would be forced into this sealed, water-filled area, which would prove fatal to the chickens. But then they would get harvested by a hopper, and the water was supposed to be able to get rid of the chickens in that way. This did not work. Nor was I able to, I suppose emptying the place out completely would be possible. I no longer see the gamer tag. Well, that's good. Gonna need another bucket. You're gonna have to. You're gonna make a big dent on the chickens. Poor things is probably not the correct attitude to have towards these beasts. They're going to suffer very unpleasant fates. My patience with them is extremely low. I am not happy with the little monsters. Okay, so firstly, I'd better shut off the machine. The machine part works. Are we passing the night? I cannot be bothered to care. I'm getting attacked by a monster. Good luck flying through a bunch of this. Hi, you sap, I'm in here. Oh, they're all attacking another player. I'm in here. I have been sleeping on a pretty regular basis, so I don't think they are mad at me. Whatever you are, can you attack me through all this bamboo? I think it actually wasn't able to attack me through all that bamboo. See, the bamboo is a smart idea after all. all they have to do is put a roof on it and it'll be perfect. Okay, assuming that it went away, which may or may not be the case. Okay, that didn't do as much as I'd thought. I can make these come rushing over way quicker if I take away that water. They definitely come exploding out here if I took away the water. Already. It didn't work. There we go. Why is my sword not working? Am I not able to reach far enough down? You can play at that game. I am now the wild kitty that I put in here once. It's me. The wild kitty is me now. Oh, that was a bad idea. And that was a dumb idea. And that's about as good as I'm going to get. Peace and quiet at last. Except for the quiet clicking of this dumb thing working. And now even that is off. So there's a whole bunch of stuff. Do I really need a whole extra one? Probably not. But this was kind of what I had in mind the first time. Then lava bucket. In fact, I think somebody had been not sleeping because of all of the phantoms. I think that means somebody was not sleeping. So let's see, one of those polished slabs. Maybe some other more slabs or stairs or whatever. We'll figure something out. I believe I have the lava bucket kicking around here somewhere. In fact, it would be here. That wants this. That wants that. And I got more than enough polished granite to construct around this. I'm honestly not thrilled to see it. Mostly because I have like nefarious deeds in mind and I cannot tell whether it'll be helpful or not. Let's see, I'm going to want to go down there. So I'm going to want more of these. You know, if I did not start out this day, let's see, where's do I have a crafting table sitting over here? If I didn't start out this day grinding out 15, that doesn't look like there is a crafting table there. Thank you so much. 15 reverbs that I ended up needing to debug and do over again, I would be more thrilled, but here we are. I know I have a crafting table hiding here. Want a little more in the way of stairs. Yeah, I guess this is just one of those days when I'm not happy seeing anybody. So it would be. You know, that could simply be, I know what this could be. We don't honestly need any of that there. That could be there and it would be fine. And that's feeding the chest, so that's the way that's supposed to be. Then, let's see. So I had this for a reason. That could be there. We can use the glass for some of this. Including that there. And that can be there. And this is now, well, no, hang on a second. That don't work at all, does it? No, it doesn't. I need another sign there. And I know that lava doesn't burn up signs, because if it did, a lot of things would not work. And that goes there, and then we put a lid on. This now produces cooked chicken if the numbers get too great or if the chickens get too dumb. I don't know if they're going to avoid that area. In theory, they should. They know what's good for them. But we don't know that. Okay, that's empty. We'll do more stacks of those in a minute. I do need to get these machines going again, though. And this gets this machine going. And that gets that machine going. Now, if I was sophisticated, I'd put water in there too, because water would stop them from attempting to go in this direction. I do not know whether they will attempt to go there or not, but I do know that this is now a self-limiting chicken machine. As such, I can walk away and leave it, and it will not go into overload and like kill the server. So I'm going to do exactly that. I'm going to walk away and leave it. Cook more of the chicken, maybe bring it back to spawn. When I was feeling better, I was more enthusiastic about doing nice, generous things for other players. Today I'm feeling cranky and bad, but who's to say whether there might not still be some potential niceness somewhere in the world? As long as you're not in America, you have a better chance of finding niceness somewhere in the world. It's quite funny how I do all of this stuff, and I'm trying to keep a firm grasp on the idea that it could all be completely fruitless and useless, and everything could be ruined forever. And I'm trying to stay very cognizant of that, and yet I still don't naturally fall into it. It's like I want there to be hope, and I don't necessarily have it. Failing that, I want there to be fun plugins. That at least I can do something about. Boop. Do I have stacks of... Oh. I can grab my fishing rod and fish. That might be Oh, and there's more quantities of... So we got lots of feathers. I'm not going to be running short on feathers anytime soon, so maybe I should bring those and put them at spawn. Also, try not to let my grumpiness and ill mood of today affect you guys too much. I'm not looking to be imitated here. The best way of doing that is leading by example. I can't tell you whether I'm going to be able to do that today, but I'll do my best. So this, as yet, is still completely empty. Which also means either nothing has wandered over there, or if they did, they didn't stay. Let's make more, and maybe do that provisioning run to go and put a lot of chicken at spawn. I think I would like that. Under normal circumstances, I am far more enthusiastic about missions of generosity along those lines, things like that. No reason not to. Bing. And I've got that covered. Time to beat boat for spawn. Maybe I will harvest literally all of the bamboo and turn it into like blocks or something. Yeah, I feel I am on the right track with the reverbs. My frustration is simply that I tried to do a labor-saving thing of doing a particular, I mean, the 3x3, right? That 3x3 matrix, technically, that could be literally anything. There is no rule saying that it had to have values exactly duplicating those in the 6x6. I decided that I should do that because I thought that it would make it better. And I think that's true. I think it will make it better. It's just that the initial attempt at it, I was trying to do my thing with it, and then I've done 2 days straight, totaling at least 30, possibly more, reverbs where the pre-delay does not match the other stuff in the 6x6. And that was the original intention, so the fact that it still sounds okay doesn't make me feel better. But now I can move forwards because it will be behaving itself better going forwards. Here's our giant. I took this sign. Oh, you mean that sign? I'm not going to bother cooking this chicken. It's fine. Oh, somebody's left a little bit of iron ingot. Chickens and feathers. And what else is kicking around here? This looks to be built kind of back to how I had it, except for not really. Because I had things like Lapis in here, and I also had full enchants. I had all the bookcases around rather than only some. But there's music discs here now, which weren't there before, so we got that going on. Oh, and a bow. So that's kind of cool. And Spawn is all about cherry blossom land. People just ran with the fact that there's cherry blossoms and made way more cherry blossoms even. Oh, somebody is suggesting that I play Nightcore to feel better. Cool. I do tend to enjoy my dub techno. Yeah, one of the things that messed my mood to a certain extent is I always go and read Hacker News. Hacker News is the Y Combinator website. It's a forum, and it's always interesting for me to be reading those. Oh, Bing Chilling, you need dirt? Fair. I don't think I have much in the way of dirt. I've tended to use mine, but understood. And the funny thing about Hacker News is that it is a hotbed of battle currently. Looky there, I have there's an entire island here. What's up with this entire island? Oh, no, wait. No, that is the same island off which that pier is. But is this a separate island? Doesn't look like it. Maybe I'm miscalculating. How big are you, island sir? Oh, okay, we have a little bridge, a dirt block bridge. And we have a cow. You can boat under the bridge. I want to investigate. Give me here. Thank you. Deep pathways underneath. I'm going to investigate this. Somebody lives here, or at least built something here. So, grass bridge. Come up this way. Oh, you can walk up this way, clearly. Slightly odd generation there, but no matter. You can go down this way. Yeah, this is Minecraft generation. It's just a little weird. We have a toppled over tree. Gosh, where could that chicken have come from? It's a mystery. And we've got a bunch of planks. It's a parkour course that I'm not doing. Yep, you can't reach that one. And there is a cow. And there is high ground. And there's a pig and endermans and boats, which fine with me. Yep, somebody's here. And they even have a little map. Cool. and that's going to grow. I beg your pardon, sir? How could he have done that? I guess this is Pink Sound's area. We sure do have a bunch of Endermen zipping around, even though one of them is in a boat. Other ones are apparently not in a boat. Well, time enough for me to head back out of here, because it's not my place, so this is not really in my business. Go back to this strange place and figure out what to do with that. Boop. Free lava. Okay, so how is this going? So do these chickens ever grow up, or do they just wander? No, they can't, can they? I think the chickens are half height, and so they can't actually go in there and get killed. But if they did, they would not drop anything, so I can't really tell. Alrighty. Let's see if we can get any of these to feed back. Somebody swimming underwater. Craftyman, predictably. You were checking out the weirdness of that area? I agree, it is. It's this underwater area there. Hey, Grens. Good is putting it strongly. I did a little bug fixing on Into the Matrix. Come to think of it, I did not do a thing. Let me fix this too. Give me a moment. Git add a. Commit -m. Not all caps, please. It should contain commit message 3x3 should contain values only from the 6x6. And I have now pushed the bug fix, so that's done, at least. Whatever else I can say, I did that. Hard to tell. So one of the things I've done is spent all of Monday grinding away trying to generate these new reverbs, only to find that the automatic process I was doing to do them failed. And I was generating all manner of wrong values, which still ended up producing interesting sounding reverbs, but in such a way where... What are you doing down there, for God's sake? You know, I have water breathing and I can go and see what you did. I can also migrate to another place entirely. Completely abandon this place. Okay, I don't even know what's there. I'm glad Pressure 6 is working for you. I really hoped it was going to be something that would be nice for people. And me. I'd like to be able to use it too. If I ever make music again. And I have managed to fix the bug that happened. I'm going to watch these buggers and see if they wander up here and die. Also, I don't know why it wouldn't be... Didn't I just fill this with eggs? Or maybe what's happening is this part went wrong. And it wants these to be full, but it also... This is what needs to be full. And until this is full, it no worky. I can block this. But it is going to end up dumping these out. Oh, and it dumps them out really fast too. Look at how fast that goes. Not great. Well, I can at least fit this directly. That will work. I don't think these are surviving long enough to lay. There's a problem. I'm going to hang around watching and seeing whether they wind up just running up and getting killed. You know, another thing that I had considered... Oh! Grown-up chickens. What do they do? Because here's what's supposed to happen. It should be able to produce lots more chickens. But then if it starts producing too many, you will see what happens. What I don't know is whether they are so dumb they wander into the lava and die. If they do, they will drop cooked chicken in the chest. So it's a giant machine that in theory will do this, but I don't know whether they're going to wander in there for no good reason. Ideally, they would not. But I don't really have any other way that I can build this. And as of yet, we have had literally no adult chickens falling in this, because I would see the result in the drops. Yeah, it's AFC and KFC all at the same time. That's the thing, is the way this is designed, like that's a and that one didn't make it. But it worked. So if another one bumps one into the lava, that will also become cooked chicken. And then if they get overcrowded, it will be a constant flow of cooked chicken. Yeah. You know, when I invented this thing, I already knew I was going down a dark path. And it was becoming a sketchy and mean invention. So I guess there's nothing much to do but just double down on it. I honestly think some of all this is just my sense of the state of affairs. Honest to God, I think it shook me up waking up this morning and going, oh, the Supreme Court is allowing Trump to dismantle and remove the Department of Education. Huh. To me, that seems bad. Call me crazy. And so we are venting the darkness by watching these dumb chickens get randomly killed in lava with a nefarious machine that I have made. And this is one of the least harmful things happening out there, is this imaginary chicken machine. Honestly, if there were real chickens, they wouldn't get stuck in this way, because they don't go springing out of thrown eggs. And none of this actually makes any sense, and none of this is real. Oh no, it's got logic. Grands. You've heard me talk about this kind of stuff before. Everything justifies my original take on this stuff. You know I have the ability to see through things and pick out answers other people don't necessarily pick out. I've called this from years ago. I just don't like it, nor should anybody else. Let's see, boats. Lots of rockets. We got an. I could start flying around in an Elytra. Maybe that would be fun. I also would like to grow some of those funky pale oak trees. So that might be a fine idea to do going forwards. Can reach a crafting table from here. So keep the diamond sword. Ditch everything else. Let's go make a whole bunch of bamboo. Something along the lines of these. So how do you go about making various things like these? There are the stages. So if I made this into something, it would make me one of these. So that is ever so many bamboo put into that block. Then if I take these and I make them into, no, it's going to be a 4x4, I think. Come on, just give me the block. Oh, no. You take the block and put it directly into planks. In fact, we get 2 stacks. That's handy. Okay, so there's a bunch of bamboo planks. There's some more bamboo. I now know what to do with all of this nonsense. Fill my inventory with bamboo, and we will go from there. Yeah, Grens, the thing that you gotta understand is there's a difference between conspiracy theories that accurately do a detailed nefarious plan and conspiracy theories that are just set the cat among the pigeons, cause a bunch of damage, make a big mess. And there is huge effectiveness in certain angles of making a big mess. See how many more of these bit it. Oh, and there's a feather. We'll see how that goes. It's not going to get too overcrowded, I know that. Not for nice reasons, but it's not going to get too overcrowded. Ooh, fall from a high place. Hard luck. Oh, I can pick up lots more. I think half the trouble with these is picking them all up. There's a lot. Oh, and some of it's way up here. Oh well, that's just going to have to despawn, I guess. That's the darkly funny part. Much like the man's sister said, well, not the man's sister, it was somebody else. I forget who. There's a lady out there who was like, you do not understand how dumb Donald Trump is. No matter how dumb you think he is, you don't get it. He is dumber than that. To a horrifying degree. See, what's going on is nasty, unpleasant conspiring, but not in any way that is particularly organized or useful. A lot of it, probably not all of it, it's honestly hard to tell, and that's by design, goes back to Putin learning that he can do that kind of thing as sort of domestic politics, and it stops people from taking his power because everybody is too confused to be able to function. That started a lot of mess. A lot started with Putin realizing, oh hey, I don't have to lose power to other people conspiring against me as long as I just make such a mess with so much conspiracy and nonsense that nobody can function. Then I use money and power and what loyalists I can manage and bribe them, and his big deal is he doesn't want to be conspired against by other Russians. It's really the main thing. You know, there is a guy goes by the name Laserpig whose information is worth looking up. And there is a video that really well sorts out all of this. Don't mind me, I'm going to run over and sleep. Or I will, if I can. I probably can. Gotta go all the way back to the main base. Boop. Was that you? Oh, sorry, I'll hold bamboo. In fact, not only will I hold bamboo, I will use this to make a bunch of bamboo blocks. Actually, can ya? Oh, nice. Okay. That's quick. And the bamboo blocks are actually the most efficient way of storing these. So a number of other things follow from that, from the fact that Putin figures he came up with the ultimate solution to any kind of political problem and just confusing the hell out of everybody and making pure chaos in order to have that be the political project. That's a well-known thing. It's not mysterious. That is something that has been the case for some time. And that's how he's been able to hang on to power, although it has ruined Russia, unfortunately. Russia deserves way better than him. But there's not a lot you can do about it, or anybody can do about it. Because the chaos thing does end up being pretty effective at stopping people from conspiring and harming you. What it's no good at is building anything good, being particularly effective. Who is also over here? I'm just going to be frustrated all day, that's all. It'll be Grumpy Chris Day. Also, I'm going to want to replace that. And I am certain I hear something most likely under my feet, but I don't know what it is. That, or is this just echoes of the bamboo that I'm cutting? Another possibility is I could set everything on fire. So that's kind of the thing. There are all... You gotta understand, people don't have to be smart to conspire and have, like, locally useful ways of doing unhelpful things. Like, you can screw stuff up with some degree of effectiveness and have that seem like good in that you won, quotes, finger quotes, because you stopped anybody else from being able to effectively move against you. It's a sort of scorched earth policy for beating other people. There's no concept for doing anything good. There's no concept for anything much, really. But when your only world... Oh, I guess we need more bamboo. When your only concept of the world is everybody's evil and bad, therefore I have to smash all the evil and bad people before they smash me, which they will truly do, you tend to get into situations like that. Now, there are people who don't necessarily fall into this problem. Honestly, I think to a large extent it's a white person problem. I think everybody who grew up in the land of the ice and snow, where it's just brutally hard to live, you end up with more of a degree of savagery. And among white people, to some extent, you do need to be careful of, are people simply going to betray you? Are they going to just like chuck you through a hole in the ice and then you die? Or are they going to steal all your stuff? My grandmother translated the Finnish folklore, the Kalevala. And it's very interesting. I reread that from time to time. And I would say even beyond Westerners to very much deeply, relentlessly white people. And there is that degree of savagery. I mean, people pride themselves on that as well. Like, people can be very proud of, like, I'm the meanest, toughest mother out there, and we're so tough and mean and bad and cruel. And it's like, okay, sure, fine. Sure, Jan. And betrayal is just Darwinism with extra steps. Indeed. Because what a lot of people don't get, and I sympathize to some extent when people just have a really hard time with this, human nature also includes cooperation. I wonder if I should make a whole separate bamboo block thing. Maybe that would be good. Oh, I've got some dried kelp too. I have shulker boxes, including a sand box. So why don't I make a shulker box entirely for bamboo? And I could make even more shulker boxes as I go. But yeah, so that would, I don't mean only to talk about the inside of Russia and Putin and stuff. Although I think Russians deserve better than him, but then Russians have always had a rough time. Boop. And the important thing, there we go. Okay, that worked. The important thing is that in my analysis of the situation, and it becomes extremely obvious, Trump's been Putin's guy this entire time, like since the 80s. I don't have proof, but I believe that he most likely got, my quick précis of the situation is he went over to Russia and thought that he could cheat them in real estate deals and not have to pay them. He found otherwise. So it's not even a matter of like, oh, compromat, they got him like molesting children. He's not smart enough to care about that. I think he just got attacked and put in fear and made to be completely traumatized. Like, I think he probably got thrown downstairs, and the fact that he's afraid of stairs probably dates back to stuff like that. All of this is very, like, this is me trying to make sense of the world around me. And it's okay if I have it wrong. I can test things like plugins. This is not something that I can test. But as a result of this, like, okay, so he worked with Epstein to compromise people, which explains a lot about the American government, doesn't it? That they have been deeply compromised for a really long time, like all making pilgrimages to Russia to meet with Russian people, and which is a real thing. Certain of them, like Mike Lee, made a point of going and meeting with his Russian masters even when the rest of the Americans weren't allowed to or didn't wish to. Oh no, Mike Lee made sure that he was going to go anyway. And Trump is still Putin's guy. The thing is, though, like, so are people like Elon Musk, but there's a catch. The important thing about somebody being Putin's guy is he doesn't trust anybody, nor should he. That would be really bad. He's not that kind of dumb. He's kind of dumb, but he's not that kind of dumb that he would be like, I will conspire and compromise and do bad things to people, and I'm sure they'll let me get away with it forever. It's like, no, that's not how any of this works. And so Putin does not trust other evil people. Nor should he. It is eminently sensible on his part to not trust other evil people. None of the villains conspire with each other nicely at all. They never play together nicely. They never rule the world together nicely. Their evilness is always a matter of betrayal. That's what the Kremlin is like. Honest to God, I'm going to find out what the hell you're up to down there. And then I'm going to abandon this entire island after having cleared up all of the bamboo. But that's another story. And I will pass the night when I take the trouble of going to do so. I just want to pick up a few more pieces of random bamboo before I go. I should make some kind of fast travel so that I could rush to bed. Oh, nope, it's already happening. Save me the trouble. Well, thank you, whoever that was. I'm somehow talking about it. So, you say the word asset. What you must understand is that none of this bad stuff happening needs to happen in a way that's very well controlled. The big catch to all of the... Oh, just only one more of them? I think they're not filling in the eggs as well as they had been. There will eventually be more eggs, but for now... I have to just get that firing a little bit more. But we're making some progress with the ridiculous bamboo extravaganzas. Asset can mean this is just a dumb guy who is being put in fear, intimidated. Like, he is a dumb guy to the point where he will do whatever his master thinks he should, but somebody else is not dumb and is figuring things like early on when Trump got elected and immediately started attacking small aviation subcommittees. Subcommittees in charge of like protecting the safety of American aviation and making sure that things weren't going horribly wrong. Trump immediately acted to destroy some of those things, and there was no way he would have known about them. Again, not that kind of smart. And yet, there it was. He was acting against people for whom he would not know who they were, or care, or remember from one second to the next. He doesn't care about any of these things. He doesn't know how anything works. He wouldn't know how to go to the grocery store and go shopping. None of that. It's a gravely, you could legitimately call him a gravely disabled man. He's very incapable. He doesn't know how anything works. But he serves a purpose. And one of the things that happens is a lot of people think, oh, here's a bunch of weird stuff going on, but it could serve my purposes. And a lot of stuff follows from that. So if you look for like neat, intelligent, sinister conspiracies, you're barking up the wrong tree. That's not how any of this works. I should drop off some of my stuff. Instead, it's a big pile of mess. And the bottom line to what Trump and his people do in the United States is that they are there to make America worse. Because Putin has never forgiven. And there is something to be like, all of this stuff comes and goes and comes back again. Putin has had great success in convincing left-wingers that everything is America's fault because America is always evil and CIA blah blah blah. There's a lot of truth to that. It's not a full picture of everything. But the fact, it's like you can say, oh, well, the Soviet Union and Putin and all of that kind of stuff are only bad because they learned it from us, and the Nazis are only bad because they were studying what America was doing with slavery, and so on and so forth. And it's like, well, now that you know that, what do you do? Are you just doing more horrible things, or are you part of the people doing non-horrible things? Because there have always been people who cooperated and were nice and tried to help each other. There is an argument to be made that the very difficult worlds that us extremely white people try to live in cause people to learn more and struggle harder, and the challenge of all of that gives rise to some degree of worthwhile things. Like, people tend to jump to this assumption of like, oh yeah, therefore because we had to invent the cotton gin, and because we had to invent heating things, and because we had to invent being suspicious of each other because we were all so savage, therefore we must be so awesome and we're the greatest thing ever. That's going some. If you study the Black American experience, there is a degree of faith and cooperation there which is extremely strong and powerful. There's a lot to be said for... Do I have a full stack? No, I don't. There's a lot to be said for learning to be human from Black American community. And so the challenge there is not that you have to out-conspire the big, grand, evil conspiracy, which is intelligent and controlling the whole world, Illuminati, blah, blah, blah. It's that we are so damn fragile and so capable of turning to the dark. White people particularly, I think. And there are, again, there's good things about the ferocity of white people as well. Honestly, I'm not sure, like, things like, my mom, who is not, like, my dad's side of the family is the Finland side of the family. That is excruciatingly white people. Again, my grandmother translated the Kalevala. I've read some of the folklore. It's really interesting. And funny thing about it is, you can't always go by people who want to study folklore or whatever and be like, these are the great times of the Western world when everybody fought everybody else and it was like the wolf packs. Turns out wolves only act like that in captivity. But this is when everybody fought and it was cool. And it's like, well, that's not all of the story. Been plenty of times, even in the land of the ice and snow, where people were kind and cooperated with each other, and humans have a tendency of doing that. There is a ethologist, Konrad Lorenz, wrote a book on aggression. In fact, the book is literally called On Aggression. And it's worth learning about, because when animals evolve powerful weaponry, like consider, for instance, the wolf. A wolf can kill another wolf real quickly and easily. Oh, what have I done wrong? I've done this wrong. I'm still doing this wrong. Come on. What? I swear to God, I didn't click on the wrong thing there. Come on. There we go. There we go. That's just enough for now. Wolves have profoundly effective inhibitions against harming their own. It looks like I'm going to need another shulker box. I have another shulker box. I'll put it right there. And fill it with more bamboo. Wolves have profoundly effective inhibitions against harming each other if they are being submissive. And that stops all the wolves from simply killing each other off, because when you start fighting your own kind, you're liable to starve in the snow. It's just not good. The alpha male nonsense is monkey brain behavior, not wolf brain behavior. Wolves don't necessarily destroy, and to some extent it even applies, like for instance cats. Or do I have a, no I don't. I thought maybe I had a crafting table under there, but no I didn't. Cats don't necessarily have that degree of inhibition, but they do have they're maybe more agile and able to flee a hostile cat that's trying to attack it. Wolves, the weaponry is just too great, and so they develop what turns into the canid pack mentality and ability to care about their own. And this is why humans domesticated dogs out of wolves. Wolves' pack mentality can extend to non-wolves. This is a powerful thing, and it's really hard to resist. There's a reason why humans are so fond. You can have humans playing, I'm thinking of loading ready run guys, playing video games, or playing like Vampire the Masquerade, for instance. I've watched them play Vampire the Masquerade, and Jacob, the game master, was doing the Session 0. Session 0 is where you set up the rules of your game and how you're going to play and what you're going to allow and not allow. For instance, one of the players was like, this is not going to happen, but please don't have all the vampires end up being lost in the inky depths of space. And also, please don't have the vampires be lost in the ocean without hope of rescue. And Jacob's like, okay, that's some of our rules. Our rules are the players will not be lost at sea, and they will not be lost in the inky depths of space. Jacob added one. He's the game master, but he added a thing. It's like, okay, there will be no harm to dogs. Nobody's harming a dog in this game. That is not an example. That's one of mine. And you can get that. You can have people who are like, okay, we're going to decide whether we are going to describe vampires torturing victims or torturing other vampires or whatever. And we can play a game in which your vampires are attacking each other and doing grim, horrible, gruesome things to each other, but no harming dogs. Because that's a human behavior. It's a way of people being like, well, that's all well and good, but I recognize in these animals that there is this inherent love and kindness there that means so much to me that I will not pretend to be harming a dog. And I think that's kind of revealing, but it's also kind of cool. And this is what we miss with guys like Putin or Trump or whatever, is that they are running in this broken brain kind of scenario where they assume all the other humans are just as savage as they are, and maybe they are kind to dogs, although Trump does not care for animals. I think he's too broken for that. But we just end up in this situation where the country of America is being run by Russian-directed ne'er-do-wells who are simply trying to break everything as quickly and aggressively as possible before being made to flee. And it is very likely that they will have to run away at some point. It will become too obvious what's being done, and they won't be able to continue, and they will have to run away. because it's too big of a mess. It's too big of a mess. But until then, a lot of things have been governed by humans being doctored into their worst selves, as it were. Humans' worst selves is the, like a beautiful example is the hatred of immigrants. That is not always how things go, but it is a weakness that humans always do manage to have. It's always possible to get humans being like, but not like them. Those don't count as people. They're not like us. They're too different. They're too weird. I'm scared. And that is a normal human reaction because we don't have that thing where, like with dogs, where we have that loving nature. We don't have that. We have to work at it. It's a tension between a ability to have that nature, but also fear and distrust and the negativity that comes of just like we're not as nice as wolves. And Konrad Lorenz, in writing his book, he talked about how like he kept like huskies that were the next thing to wolves. They were basically just about wolves. But he kept them around like his family, including newborn children, and trusted them more than he trusted other humans because he knew, I can show these animals that these are part of the pack, and then they will not do a damn thing to harm the babies. In fact, they will protect the babies at the cost of their own lives if they understand these are part of the pack, these are part of my family. And he's correct to do so. We don't have that as humans. We don't have that degree of faith and loyalty. Can I? No, it never does let me do quite 4 batches. Probably if I didn't have the sword on me, I might be able to fit the additional batch. By the way, it really does a number on your sword. I need to go and repair it again. Oop. I know when the enchantment cost is going to go up. And Lorenz, unless it was Nico Tinbergen, who was another guy in the same line of work, one of those guys, again, Nico Tinbergen did a book called Curious Naturalists. These are paper books that I own. I've had them for a long time. Hard to say whether these have made it into like something like ChatGPT might have access to this information, but also might not. I don't know. I don't have that much in the way of dirt. Let me see if I have any dirt. That would be here. Signs point to... I have 20 dirt. You may have my 20 dirt. I know that's not much, but that's everything I've got. Well, then come and get. I will make the traditional Airwindows server a giant stack of dirt, and you can come and pick it up. That is literally all the dirt that I've got. Whee! You don't gotta give me anything for it, although if you do, I won't say no. It'll be fine. So yeah, either Nico Tinbergen or Konrad Lorenz, spelled with a K, Konrad. Let's see how this is doing. Okay, it's starting to go to the point where it's starting to force some of them into the area. And we're still filling this through. So this is going to take a while, clearly. By the way, I'm going to need to swim under here and see what was going on there. But that's for not right now. Yeah, you might want to land on top of that so that you can chop it down. I have like 40 dirt there. That's all I've got. Oop. And here's how we cut them down. The story I'm telling you, or have yet to tell you, and I'm taking forever getting around to it, with Nico Tinbergen and Konrad Lorenz, or one of them or the other of them, I forget which. A guy trusts wolves because wolves have that instinct to protect the pack and not harm wolves that have surrendered. But he tells a story of doves. You would think doves would be nice, yes? But doves have almost no weaponry. And doves are able to fly away if they're attacked. Lorenz was keeping doves in a cage. And he had 2 doves in this cage. And he went away for a while. If there was a problem, or maybe he forgot to feed them, or maybe they were just like that. And when he came back, there was 1.5 doves. And I think, if I remember correctly, the other dove was maimed and mangled. And the surviving dove, the stronger dove, was still haphazardly pecking at the bloody remains of this other dove with its pathetic little beak. They were in a cave. It couldn't fly away. Humans are more like doves than like wolves. We didn't evolve with the kind of natural weaponry that would give us the ability to cope with the ability to destroy that we ended up having. And we pay the price for it very easily. So that is the horrifying Konrad Lorenz story of doves versus wolves, and why he would trust grown wolves around his newborn child if it understood that was part of the pack. And that is why doves are not as nice as wolves. And this is why I need to be carving my way through here rather than just derping around, so that I can get to up. And we've very good, cleared that out. So this also has a bearing on like what we see out of, oh, do I? No, I don't. Somehow I thought I was going to be able to get a full stack. And let me pass the night. So that's the big challenge right there. When I see what is done to America, for instance, by these horrible people, I'm not especially surprised, because we do not have intrinsic kindness as humans, but we have it when we try for it. We're able to learn from wolves and dogs and so on. We are able to make the effort, or we wouldn't have gotten as far as we have. It's just that it's so easy for that to break. So another interesting thing about that kind of stuff is you would think that people would be more prone to being horrible, racist monsters and terrible and bad if they are constantly beset with the other. But that's not how it works out. People who are, like, for instance, I'm a Vermonter. I'm living in a tiny, intensely white northeastern state. It's not really because anybody made a point of going like, oh, we mustn't let any black people move here. It's just that the state is small and cold and snowy and there are no big cities, and who wants to bother to move up here other than maybe somebody like me who has that Finnish heritage, and I'm kind of like, oh, it feels like home or something. But these are the places where we end up getting the intense prejudice because people are not exposed to the extent of just, like, we have enough of that wolf in us that when we're hanging out with people every week, going to the grocery store or whatever, and we meet people, they become part of our pack. In order to really effectively have people be othered, they have to be from elsewhere or be made to seem as if they're from elsewhere. And so you wind up with, like, nobody was going to get away with that nonsense of, oh, the black people are coming in and they are eating the dogs and cats in the Bronx. People knew better. But you go to some tiny Midwestern place where people don't know anything, and there's been some immigration recently because they're desperate for people to man their factories and live in their town. Those people who haven't got a lot of experience with living with an other and having that become, especially if they don't speak the language, that's always challenging. Only then do you get the othering so intense that they can be up to horrors. Like, those are the same people who can be like, oh yeah, they got to get all of the Mexican people away from California because they don't belong there, surely, but everybody in California is fighting like demons to protect their families and their extended families, including extended families as in, these people feel like home to me because, nonsense. These people feel like home to me because they are from, like, I grew up with all of this. I grew up in going to the mission or whatever, and I would go over to Mexico for holiday or something like that. And I'm eating tacos off a truck all the time, and this is just home for me. Oh, why is it doing what it's doing? There we go. People will defend their families from threat. And yeah, and that's the whole trouble with evolution, is it's not that easy. Just be like, oh, hey, okay, let's evolve some more, and then in 100 years or so, we should be good. No, we're stuck with what we've got. The only thing that could help is basically hybridization. And it's very easy to get people to freak the hell out about that, of all colors and kinds. Like, you'll wind up with people with black heritage being very upset about anybody, like, hybridizing humans in regard to that. And like, no, you must only be with people with dark black skin and must protect that because otherwise it will go away forever. And it's exactly the same kind of thing as anybody talking that way about blonde hair and white skin. And the only way to, since you can't evolve, what you have to do is blend together the people either socially or quite literally. And that's the only thing that you can do, and even then, that's not going to stop us being humans, sadly. It's not. We're going to be stuck with a lot of bad behavior and there's no getting around it. But we can do our best because we contain the same energy I'm talking about when I say we can have that we're all part of the same pack energy. Like, that is possible. It just is not automatic or second nature to us. We have to make the effort for it. But it is possible. And if we blended and hybridized until everybody was exactly the same color as off-white, or off-beige, kind of like what Arthur C. Clarke used to say was what would happen in the future, it still wouldn't change the fundamental issue. We're still all basically the human animal. We're slightly different flavors, but all the same. That's not far enough. You could say it is possible that the black community have a harder time becoming as savage as like super white people do. But it's only a matter of degree. All humans have that capacity for savagery. And it's rough. And we also all have that capacity for, like, even back in the day, people could be like wildly racist. Say in the British Empire, for instance, you had people discovering like Srinivas Ramanujan, I forget the guy's name. There is a famous Indian mathematician whose brain was capable of doing math to a degree that was mind-boggling. Like, he could immediately do primes off the top of his head. He knew what prime numbers were just by saying them. He had this vast, great love for all the natural numbers and was like doing square roots and cube roots in his head and this was a dark Indian man of the type where racists would have a field day with the guy because he looked like a dark-skinned Indian man, and they were very racist about all of those people, and yet still the diversity of the human being, he was the mathematician genius and was not a white man. And he kicked the butt of all the white men who were also mathematicians because they didn't have a brain like his. The amount of variety in human beings is extraordinary and reaches completely beyond any immediately like color or whatever. I think we just end up learning horrible lessons very slowly and painfully. And we're fixing to learn another one, although I could go and pick those up, I think. America is in the process of being attacked by Russia in just this way. And it's like a judo trick. It wouldn't work if we were all super nice. If we were all incredibly nice, why, you wouldn't be able to do that stuff with us because we wouldn't stand for it. But we could use being a little bit more nice, and it is very possible to do these terrible things with America because we can be really mean. That's all there is to it. We contain the heritage of those human beings, us largely hairless pink monkeys. Everybody's pink on the inside anyhow. And we got to deal with it. We're a very formidable beast. We are a very formidable kind of animal, but also a kind of scary, sad one, where it's a real shame I wonder whether you can make those logs back into bamboo stalks again. I guess I can find out. See, that's the one thing that scares me the most about what people call AI today. They call it AI, but it's not. It's humans. It's distilled humans, and that's a worrisome thing. There's nothing really that artificial about it. It's just the computerized mechanization of distilled, combined human opinions. Oh, look at how well I'm going. Let's see if I can, like, destroy the sword before losing the final. And got there. Yay! I win. I got all these. I'm busily picking the rest of them up now. And I think I've got enough things. I feel like I've got enough things at the moment. Oh, for heaven's sake. Must you? Can ya? Once I'm finished doing this, I'm going to do something else. Oh, right, I wanted to get the ones off the roof. Owies. Now I can run around picking the rest of this up, and then the debambooing part will be complete. That's fairly gratifying. When I'm doing an elaborate process like that, I will tend to want to finish it up. Pretty sure I have a big old pile of copper somewhere. I wonder if anybody has managed to make a farm for it. I know you can make gold farms. Oh, and I'm full. I can't carry anything more. I've yet to use the elytra I was given. Can you make it back into stalks? No, you can't, but you can make it into planks. Therefore, we're going to save these many stalks just in... Oh, how many do I have, though? It grows so fast I can do the geometric progression thing again. Let's see whether I have any left. Up. Hell yeah. Okay, so here's my saved up bamboo. There's my 2 shulker boxes literally full of bamboo block. And a few stacks left over. Which can go here. And then there is bamboo planks. And all the bamboo stuff for building a bunch of bamboo things and doing the bamboo everything. Because I like those blocks. Let's also fix that sword while I'm at it. So yeah, them's the thoughts. Oh, I need another diamond. Might as well do it up properly. Thank you. You know, I could probably fix it better with 2 diamonds and a stick. Let's test that assumption. That's wasteful. Let's not be wasteful. Steek. 2 diamonds in a steek. Yeah, that's clearly, that's the correct way of doing it. It's gonna work, yeah? I bet it's gonna work. Yep, cost me a little more. Alrighty. I'll toss those there for the moment. Throw in a little more charcoal while I'm at it. I could pick my other stuff back up now. Right. Time to plant some more of these. And I'll grind up a bunch more of those. And let's see how this is doing. I think something just... So they should be gradually filling this up. It'll take a while. They're honestly doing pretty good about not being shoved into the lava unless absolutely necessary. So that's kind of cool. Ah, Srinivasa Ramanujan. Yep. Nailed it. That's exactly the person I was thinking of. Ramanujan was a mathematical genius such as the world has rarely ever seen. And he was a dark-skinned Indian man, living in a time when the British, notably, had no patience with anybody like that being anything. They didn't want to deal with anybody like that. And yet, there he was, and he was a better mathematician than any of them. Goes to show you. I suppose I can plant these while I'm at it. It's not going to grow, but that doesn't matter. He may have died young, yeah. Funny, I have a little dark shadow over there. Oh, also, let's... I know. First of all, I'm going to move one of these boats over to where it'll be the extremely quick little shuttle from this corner of the place over to that little pier. And then I'm going to put all of this pork chops in here. In one of the barrels, how about? You know, I could be making barrels. I don't have any barrels. They're kind of cool. So chicken, a raw cod. All of that stuff can go over there. And some steak. And a random chest, and all of that stuff. There you go. Here's a few extra things. Oh, I'm going to be growing some of that stuff. Pale oak. Here's a bunch of leaf litter. I could put leaf litter on my area. Oh, there's some dirt. Whoever was looking for dirt, there's a little bit of dirt here. Here's a bunch of stuff here, including more leaf litter. Pale oak seems to be a hit among the people, I think. It's a fairly good amount of that there. Random variously wealthy or valuable things. Name tag, Nautilus shell. I don't honestly remember what you do with Nautilus shells, but I know it's something. Let's go back over to here. Maybe I'll build a dock there or something. Soon to pass the night. It has been super hot. Oh, hey, come on, let me do my own. And those things are after you, sir. You must never sleep. You're leading them onto me. Where did I put all of my good crap? There we go. Fight you with arrows. They burned up in the daytime. Okay, that cost me some arrows, but whatever. You must never sleep, craftyman. Are you doing that on purpose? Do they drop something useful? I feel like they must drop something useful so that you generate this situation. Said situation being getting pursued by those monsters all the time. I prefer just dealing with C is my jam. Really very little that I do that could be called C++. I really don't make use of it. There we are. I think that worked. Grass will regrow. Give it time. And there's my missing other one. Yeah, another thing that set me off a little bit today was going to this will be fine, I just didn't think it out. Going to Hacker News and seeing people arguing about AI and stuff. Sometimes in Hacker News I simply burn karma by being deeply unimpressed with everybody's plans for what AI is supposed to mean. And then sometimes when I post things to that effect, I gain karma. They're doing it. Sometimes it depends upon how mean I'm being about it, which I have no compunction. I will be very mean with some of these people. You get a kind of people who are like, well, I'm a techie and therefore I am a brilliant ultra super genius and can do anything that I want, and everybody has to say that I am smart and right in every way. And it's like, give it a rest, dude. Now, let me see. Can I silk touch a fireplace? Signs point to yes. The magical pickaxe that picks up burning fires. And also that. Boop, boop, boop. That's not what you did there. Hello, hang on. Maybe I'm not grumpy about that. No, I'm a little grumpy about that. Never mind. So much for those. I wasn't using the right thing to pick it up. That was granted a little bit mean, but I didn't ask for that to be there. There are glow berries. I would have let those be there if they were the glow ones. Glow ones are damn cool. I don't know what you can do with them, though. Firefly berries, I think it is. Oh, and I have missed a trick. Gotcha. That should cover that one. Meanwhile, how's these dumb chickens doing? Are we filling up the... There's ways well, I can't actually crowd them anymore, though. I think we are at a limit. I don't think they can be any more crowded. But it's fun to find out. We're starting to get a little bit more full. So let's just... goose that a little bit. For values of goose that equal chicken. There we go. There's another. I should probably enchant an axe. Grinding various kinds of wood pleases me, so I should probably enchant an axe for the purpose of doing that more. And at some point I need to go and investigate what kind of shenanigans people have been up to. Not in their places, oh no, no, I mean shenanigans on my property. Diamond is going to be much faster than that. Now let's place these things back again. Oh, let's grab these while I can. Get it going again. Yeah, there were firefly bushes I have seen in wandering around here that were very cute and pretty. I am not as enthusiastic about the berry bushes. That's just me. Kind of ridiculous that I'm like all, heck with all of this, never mind the bamboo forest, I'm gonna make a golf course. So much for all these paths. I don't think you can undo a path, you have to just dig it up and then let it regrow. Oh, the path, heck with it, no more path. Or at least some of this area is following those rules. Some of this area is like, heck with you, path. Nope, we're just growing straight over again. We're farming other weird things. Steak. Oh, here's another few of these. Suits me. Now I can plant another one. Maybe I can get 3 more just by breaking these. Signs point to no. Or I can make a weird tall jungle tree up to the limits of the universe by planting them on top of each other. Oh, and looky there. So yeah, I could be doing more enchanting, although my repairing of stuff is eating up my experience levels quite a bit. What do I even... I've got some books. I got a mending book. With nothing that I really need to use it on. Got a big old sand shulker box, so I could go to the trouble of making more glass. I could pass the night. Oh, no need to. Somebody already has. Didn't I have an enchanting table somewhere? Surely it can be possible to, I don't know, build a little enchanting zone around here, like through here maybe. I can build an enchanting zone under here. Not only that, look, another granite seam. Probably going to go all the way through to water, though. But still, that's downright handy if I want to build lots more things using granite. I could even go and find torches and place some of them. Not there. But there would work. And mine up the literal whole granite seam. Or not. Okay, so that's not going to work. What are we looking at here? Hey, Luca. Oh, for heaven. All y'all people who don't understand that this is my house. Let's place a cobble. Oh, you mean, presumably you mean the trade for I gave you some dirt? Do I have any more dirt? I certainly don't have any more on me. I had placed dirt in a pile here. It stood up about 40 tall. Somebody took it away. So if that's what you needed, somebody got to it before you did. Unfortunately. Also, Frog in a Well assembler fan, eh? Mm. So that seems cool to me. I'm just not really... I am not at my best learning to code in assembler, although I must admit, like, WebAssembly tempts me. The fact that WebAssembly is a thing. To me, that seems like, that could be interesting. Like the trick with, like the thing about assembler is that you can do about as well with C, honestly, these days. Oh, what have we got here? Mending, mending, mending. Okay, now I have 4 mending books. Believe it or not, I already had one. Maybe I'll put them in my ender chest. Mender chest. Yeah, there we go. That works. As people continue giving me mending books, they become part of the mender chest. Mending, 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 and mending. Hence the name, mender chest. And why have I not picked this up? Okay, I think that got that one. I don't think there's any more logs in there. Last time one of you came here, it didn't go well for you. What do you have? Podzol. Do not care. Cherry saplings, I can get lots of those. Tube coral block? Well, cute, but no. I'm going to put you guys all in boats. Where do you even come from? Go swim across the sea. Also, how's the chicken world doing? Chicken world. The chicken world that has dealt with some of my frustration today. It's honestly doing fairly well considering they're not dying all the time. Oh, although one of them obviously did. That cooked chicken flew the opposite direction. So they need to lay enough to fill up this, at which point they can start going into chicken runaway. Why is this hanging out here? Oh. So it is capable of catching back up, but it's going to take it a while. Although, hang on a moment. There is something that I can do. I know, right? Yeah. Got me there, Antrave. Unreasonable. Although, in all honesty, when they literally just appear and then start derping around, I'm less sympathetic. It's a video game thing. It just materialized out of nowhere. On my gurnd. They're taking my gerbs. Stealing my blocks of wood. Also, if I attack them, the camels will spit at me. And yet I may do just that. Give me those. Or I could steal the llamas. Can we steal llamas? See, that would be more amusing. Steal the llamas without aggroing them? Let's find out. Posts, posts. I need posts. They're going to be not there, but close. There. And bamboo, which is completely suitable for what I'm doing. Bam. And leads. Okay, I steal your llamas from you, sir. Come on. Can I use shears to cut the leads? Can I use some hostile thing that is not actually attacking, you know, a passive attack, like lava bucket, for instance, to get rid of Mr. Dude without actually attacking him? Actually, what am I doing? I know where to get lava bucket. I've got a bucket. I can get a lava bucket. All right, let's grab more of these. Oh, is that going to work? Well, you're bringing them along with you. By all means. It's like the drum and bass track. Put it in a suitcase and take them somewhere out of here. Up. You narrowly averted disaster there. I dare you walk this way again. Even points for knowing to jump in the water. And stop sheltering yourself behind the llamas. I'm trying to get the llamas away from you. Can you cut leads with shears? That would be cool. That would be so cool. I don't think it works, but that would be cool. Now, Mr. Dude over here has learned better. He's staying by the river. I cannot blame. That's understandable. It would be extremely unfair to blame him for that choice of action, and yet at the same time, I'm being very hostile and trying to treat him like a hostile mob. And this behavior is getting in the way of that. And I just don't want Mr. Dude going, all over my place when I'm trying to make it into a golf course. God damn, I am Trump, ain't I? Yeah, you gotta dark humor it sometimes. Let's use these while I can before our compatriots on the server who need to eat dirt, apparently, come and eat it. This may be my only chance to be able to return this. Give me that back. to plain regular old grass. Okay, interesting. Well, I was gonna do that, but okay. Now, do I need 2 of these, or will 1 suffice? I need another one. Well, I mean, it was an annoying and mean enough thing to do that I'm not sorry that you took that away from me. We apparently both did some kind of thing regarding our little jerk. Oh, you are already connected. How's that? Okay, you two can hang out with each other. I wonder if you can do anything else with these things. Can you milk them? You can't milk them with a lava bucket, I know that much. That would be messy. Don't want to go there. More of your dark Minecraft humor. Honestly, I'd rather leave like the... we have vines up there. I don't want vines up there. They're growing there because they were there before. And somehow I failed to dispose of them properly. Alrighty then. We are not going to have vines on the machine. The machine is bad enough as it is, without growing mold. Everybody would rather this machine wasn't existing. My Neo head, I should have said. And now, is this gonna eventually fill up? I do remember one of the things that I could do, which I think I need... Well, no, hang on, I don't, do I? I've got one of these literally sitting right here. Can you place a switch literally on the side of that? No. But I can power the block under it. And now this hopper is frozen. Watch that. Slowly feeding through. And it goes to here. And this chest is now rendered redundant. It's not functioning any longer. And then if I put that back, it'll go back. So now I'm kind of wondering what else I can do around this scenario. I could always go and make another lever. Empty the bucket. We're not running around being horrible, mean, evil people right now. I'll take any moment I can get for not running around being a monster. Seeing as it's Minecraft, and if I feel like it, I bloody well will. This is not dissimilar to what I do with the plugins and stuff. It's like, nope, doing it all over from scratch. Whatever. Okay, so we are peaceful. Me. Oh, I can teach the parrot to croak. Oh, do they have... Let's find out. Let's find out. Where's my clippers? If I can't find them, then I can make... there they are. Hi. We're going to make the best sweaters. Are we also going to take off your clothing? Let's find out. No, but it says ba. Okay. So, shaving them, not so much. Let's feed them. Do you eat carrots? They don't eat carrots. I'm something at a loss. I don't know what to do. I mean, I can move them to a more convenient spot, or I can teach the parrot to croak by putting them right next to the parrot. That could work. They're not indoor animals. Also, I am at a point of being able to make a bunch more of these, so maybe that would be a good idea. And I need just one. Boom. There. Gonna end up with lots of the real pale oak. I don't know what that's gonna be for, but I'll figure something out. And meanwhile, also, you know, it's meant to be really hot today, but it's actually not been too unreasonable in here. We are beginning to get that feedback thing going on. So you can't do that. Everything ends up cycling through here. I don't think we have any feathers or cooked meat circulating through there, although that is a possibility. It is a possibility that I get that. I could leave that as part of the design and just replace these blocks. See, I've got a little polished granite. This is doable. There, now it looks like it's meant to be there. And I can bring the other. I can go and get another switch. It's going to be a pretty silly day of Minecrafting, honestly. And that doesn't worry me. It's like, whatever. Oh, it's not a nice machine. But then I didn't promise anybody that I was going to make nice machines. Technically, it is solving technical problems in a fairly sophisticated way. It's just a horrible nightmare of a thing. And sometimes that's just what things are like. I can't even be slightly shocked if that's where my head is at these days. I will get it out of my system in the world of Minecraft and move on. Oh, more leaf litter. Let's make everything be leaf litter. And grow more vines. Or something. I'll figure it out. Oh, looks like we have berries. I've been given berries. That must be why they were getting put to either side of my door, or somebody was showing me, hey, I can do this. Oh, I mean, rather than somebody went, hey, I can do this. Well, I mean, what's not to like about making a berry garden? That seems like that could be a thing. I don't know what you can cook with berries, though. Yeah, Minecraft is like, I could be playing Doom Eternal. That would be an even more aggressive way of causing massive harm and getting out frustrations. There are Doom games that are extremely aggressive and rough. Oh, come on. What's it gonna take to make a switch? Come on. How do you make a damn switch? Lever. Oh, you need cobble. Fine, I've got cobble. I thought I needed smooth stone. Silly me. We'll put you right back. You guys, maybe I can plant the... Oh. There I go, walking into a tree that just randomly appears. Poof. I could be doing more stuff with this. I don't know if you need to have glass for a glass elevator. It's going okay. There's the additional lever. And here's the off switch. On it goes. Oh, I should put a sign for that too. And maybe a glowstone to illuminate it. Yeah. Yeah, that's literally what this game is like, oh, let's do the thing, and let's do another thing, and let's make it do this, and let's make it do that, and that's literally all this game ever is. So what's not to like about that? And I remember I was in the middle of building something else when I got derailed, so maybe I can even do that before the day is out. Oh, I bet I put the enchanting table in the valuables box, along with the block of glowstone I was going to use for that, and sure enough, there it is. Let's put the bamboo fence there. Maybe we're not doing as much with leaf litter right now. And the campfires. I'm going to find out whether these buggers can eat berries. Let's just start right now. Will you guys eat those berries? We're going to find out. Seems an amusing thing to do with them. Not exactly a kindly creature, but I am at least planting berries in front of the llamas. Yeah. Yeah, so can't actually mine all of that up, so I need to leave that alone, but I can mine all of this up and then have more granite. And even, oh wait, I bet I can't do this one. No, I could. Okay. I bet there's going to be a limit to how far in this direction I can go. Earth. Earth. Okay. Have not yet placed the glowstone where I was going to place it, and don't have my torches on me, so I can't finish that one. I'm doing the thing of getting too involved in random goofy crap, which is a thing, I guess. So here's one of the plans. And now I need another sign, which I do not have on me, so back we go. I should make one of those little ice thingies where you can zoop over to the other place really, really quickly. And here's another one of our wonderful trees. I guess we will wait to see whether it grows berries and whether the llamas eat them. And let's see, signs. I'm pretty sure it was simply an white oak sign that I used, so we'll use that again. The instant the sun touches the horizon. Okay, two more and it'll be, I think my flow of operations here, what it wants to be is go and enchant a nice axe, then use it to cut down all the trees. That's probably what I'm looking to do. I feel that is the most likely outcome. So with this one, if you turn this one on, you can send stuff to egg overflow. Off powers the block, meaning it powers this, meaning it can't get anything to egg overflow this way. Or at least so I would have thought. I guess we'll find out. I do believe the system is working. They are not crowded enough to force each other into the lava, but that's what will eventually happen as the numbers increase. But they can't actually accelerate to the point where it's ridiculously jammed and becoming a exploding chicken bun. So there's that. Probably the only time they go into the lava is when they randomly wander in the wrong way. Who can say? La 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 lava. Most definitely. It's really rainy. I wonder if I can pass the night, pass the rain. Let's find out. Can we sleep? Nope, because it is not a thunderstorm. Okay, so here we go. I have not yet finished mining up all of this. There's even a little copper. I could do with another torch. Hey, Wilkins. And then I don't think I get to mine this up. I think if I mine this up, the sand falls through. And possibly also water. But technically, I can deal with that. So let's deal with that. Boop. Boop. There we go. I'm using literally every little bit of dirt that I have ever had and given away all of it. I'm glad people are enjoying pressure, although some folks are trying to do stuff with it that it doesn't want to do, but there's nothing so wrong with that. In fact, I like it. I like it when people try weird stuff. What can you make with these dumb things? I know where I can find one more of them. What can we make with this? There's a bunch of random crud, to be sure. I never know what to make of that stuff. Let's get back to mining all this up. Technically, this means I can make this area, and I've already got a ceiling. I can just take literally all of the granite out of here and replace it with something else. Oh, oops. You know what? As nice as it is to be able to have some copper, I don't think it's worth it. In fact, I can't even have that copper because it's floating away. Let's go and get some smooth stone and patch that up in a way that's not too ugly. There we go. Wow, it's only like 3:37. It's a slow day in Airwindows land, as I try to mine up all the granite ever. I can use the smooth stone to replace it. Make it seem as if nothing like that was ever there. And when I'm finished, I can make my tacos for the night, and that'll be nice. And then when I need to give myself time to do my exercises properly tonight. I've tended to get caught up doing things and simply not give myself time for that type of self-care stuff. And I am unhappy about that part. And I'll tell you why, because I have been watching loading ready run presentations, and I got all the way through the first series of Not a Drop to Drink, their Vampire the Masquerade escapade, all the way to episode 4, which was sort of the postmortem. That was the after period. And I'm quite looking to hearing everybody react to how it went for them, because it gave rise to multiple other series of Vampire played by Loading Ready Run. It was great stuff, like wild stories happened in this world. And I keep not doing it. I keep on building stuff or doing things or making things to the point where I don't have time. And last time it was literally because I was working on the same reverb making thing that I debugged today. So there is this element of why couldn't I finish that? I wonder how many stacks of this I'm going to get. It's a pretty good amount. Giant underground caverns. I'm done with it. Huh? More copper, apparently. Yeah. What are those particles anyway? Well, some of them are water. I'm going to get all the way through this giant seam of granite. We're going to mine the heck out of all of this. Watch how there's so much granite that I can't carry it all. I run out of... oh, no, that is dirt. Speaking of which, hey, that's dirt. And I bet it must be nighttime because I hear some kind of little jerk. Or more like a big jerk, really. Yay! Got there. Oh, I know what's going on. It's nighttime and I have removed all of my stuff that would stop mobs from spawning out there. So stay out. In fact, I can do something about these guys. Firstly, I could simply sleep and make them die. But I can also... Oh, never mind. He ducked out of sight. My aim is not great. Gotcha. I definitely heard a baby. Well, I got a arrow out of the bargain. And I don't think the llamas are eating the berries. Jerk. That was unfortunate. On the other hand, is right here. Broke all my glass. Jerks. And look at all the dumb stuff I was carrying and everything. And look at these guys hanging out here. What I need is the, oh, thanks, Crafty Man. Oh, more of them. For God's sake. This is deeply tiresome. I needed my bow. Now I have my bow, but they're gone. Well, let's see if they blew up dirt to the point where I can no longer replace the dirt. That's a real possibility. Also, I can wear some of this stuff. Oh, so much for the pants. Do I even have... Yes, I do. I have dirt. I have dirt on me. I don't know if I have quite enough, but... and I'd like to replace some of that. Why am I doing this when I can jump in here? Because I can't. Okay. I can replace the stone with literal stone. And I don't need that flour. So it's not like I have to waste dirt filling that in. Okay, let's see how short I come up. Quite short, really. Well, there's multiple ways of dealing with that. So I'm going to have to be cautious now that I don't have every inch covered with bamboo. Because turns out every inch being covered with bamboo was a good way of stopping everything from... being bad. Okay, that's sand. I hear a jerk. Okay, notice what I am doing. I'm getting me some dirt from my own area. And it might not be enough, but then again it might. Although I fear that my efforts are wasted because I just tried to get... Oh, and I'm also not... Too much crap on me. Never mind that kelp, never mind that gunpowder. Lots more kelp, though. Maybe I want to figure out something to do with kelp. And then there's even some more dirt there. By the time I'm finished with this, I'll have wasted my time completely. And let me tell you why. I bet I wasn't allowed to do that job myself. Also, what the heck is going on under here? Oh no, we're good. That was one of those things that I wanted to be able to do for myself, and I believe I am. If I'm not instantly ready to do it, I will go back and get more dirt from the ocean's floor. Oh, I had mentioned that I had interest in these, so right on. I will allow that to stand. That's the one thing I will let actually be there. Because I wasn't planting anything there, you know. But glowing, flashy, lighty things, generally cool. Meanwhile, here's a lot of granite. A lot of granite. I'm not quite done either. There's more. I never did figure out what to do with these, but you know what? I don't have to figure out what to do with these. If it requires 4 of them, let's see. Okay, not here. Yeah, if it requires 4 of them, here we go. So I don't know what those are for. But if in fact they are for anything, and you need that many of them to make the thing, then now the thing can be made. Oh, hello. That's probably enough dirt. And I hear we got more monsters coming. You know what? You're a jerk. I'm just trying to select the right thing. Okay, that ought to be enough. Ow. I swear to God, it felt like something came out of the water after me. Because it did. Jerk. Oh, there's a whole bunch of them. Oh, it's carrying a Nautilus. I guess you can never have too many Nautiluses. Come at me, bro. More Nautili. Oh, and I will take those pants, please. Those might have been mine. It might have actually been mine. There sure is a lot of space for doing weird underwater crap. I mean, look at this. This is wild. Should put glass in there and then, like, put air in. Dirt, and I better move it. I'd better move it. In fact, I can't even put the dirt just yet. I have to pass the night. With those trees being there, it's just Spawn City. And I particularly dislike the creepers when they spawn. They're everybody's least favorite. They're the classic Minecraft nope. Okay. So much for that. If I go in here and close the doors, then if I lose track of time, at least it won't spawn more mobs. Some of this stuff is large quantities of polished granite, and jolly good for it. And some more. And some more. Oh, right, I need to put my window back. Got there. Did it break more than simply window, or was it just window that broke? Oh, I think that was just window that broke. And there hadn't been anything else there. Random stuff. Kelp. What am I doing with kelp? Other than putting it here. I'm putting it there. Do I have more copper sitting around? Well, it probably would be here, wouldn't it? Certainly can be. Don't honestly need the TNT there. Pretty sure I was gifted that TNT, for what that's worth, which depends upon what you're doing with it, I guess. Back to the granite. The granite mines. We yearn for the granite mines. Make big old polished things out of posh stone. Also, I might have the smooth stone on me, in which case I can start filling in some of this. I might make a coal block out of some of that. I think you can only do that with naturally occurring coal, and it's an interesting color option. And I could simply put the enchanting table down here as if this is a natural cave formation. Or indeed do a punch a chunk all the way down to bedrock. For no particular reason. Granite, 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 granite. And granite. Where's those torches? So kind of tacky, but it'll work. Boop. And more of the fancy granite, and a little more. And a final 4. Lots of this stuff. Never did anything with the sand. You know, I could go with the sand and also with the copper and get smelting. Do that, and then enchant the axe that I wanted, and then chop down the damn trees. And I don't think I can enchant at a high enough level, but I do not have a high enough level anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, can you smelt shells? No. No special reason for believing you could. There we go. We're not going to be lacking for glass for the next weird mega build. That should do nicely. How's our weird chicken build? still got yay many eggs. So if I put those there, there's the bottom row of eggs to get filled. Also, that's going to be a piece of chicken in the system. There it is. And this system has been moving along in its way. It's not going fast, but it's going. It's a horrifying way of preventing overcrowding. One is grateful that like Walmart and whatever doesn't have it done in this way. But what are you going to do? Hey, Jonathan. So let's see. Technically, we have an awful lot of this block. So I could just stop all this being here and make the enchanting nook. Maybe that would be good. There's remaining stone. Remaining cobble. Or I could make the entire thing out of redstone. That would be kind of hilarious. Yeah, don't get balls thrown into your ear. That sounds bad. We don't want that. Protect your tools. Eat. I really want to know what you make with these conch shells, although I'm not really in a position to do anything about it right now. Boom. Instant that the sun touches the horizon, you get to sleep. That's you, isn't it? It's a cheerful monster. Alrighty. Boop. Going the extremely long commute over to here, I should just make another bridge. I should just make a bridge out of this white oak to match this other white oak. And we're getting an increasingly huge collection of nautilus shells, which I have no idea what you do with them. Maybe you make those horns with them. In which case I'm pretty cool with not doing that. You guys do not care for these berries, do you? Oh, wait. Oh, they sting. I get it. Owies. Well, no wonder you didn't like them. Fine. That is completely understandable, my friends. By all means, don't... I apologize for putting pricky bushes in your face. Had I known, I wouldn't have done that. So berries are great, but berries also hurt. It's one of the challenges. Meanwhile, that's fine and nothing's going to happen to it, although I could fill in below the... See that dirt area? It's trouble. I don't think I have the blocks of coal here. Well, now I have 2 blocks of coal. And you can't make them out of charcoal. That doesn't work. 2 coal blocks. A little more. Charcoal doesn't count. We'll just put it in here. Yeah, I might be doing this day. I'm not sure. When we shall see. I'll see you in Blue Sky most likely. And yeah, this was a weird stream, but it's a weird stream, but what you gonna do? It be what it be. And yeah, good luck with the year, Jonathan. Here's even more pale oak logs. I could probably do with repairing this axe or simply replacing it with an enchant. And let's see, while I am spinning aimlessly about not knowing what to do, and who can blame me, seriously? We're going to stick that here. Keep the enchanting table. I kind of could do with more bookshelves, but there's ways of dealing with that. I do have leather with which I could create more bookshelves. And I got a couple of books. And I'm going to need... Oh, look at how many shears I've got. So many shears. Clearly I'm very into shears. And I put a bucket in the bundle by putting it down on top of something. Weird, but okay. Just a bunch of stuff, bunch of random stuff. I could have done with the totem of undying when the creeper got me. That creeper got me to such an extent that it gets in the way of me being able to do the enchants I want. And that is a shame. One of those days when you spin around randomly not knowing what you're doing. So, let's see. These are the things that I can make paper out of. I do believe that is the truth. I think I've seen the end farm. I'm not really sure. Well, point well taken, though. That would give me the XP that I was talking about, no question about it. That is canonically an admirable way of getting XP. And I'm even carrying a little bit more. There will be books. There will be books. Because that's a lot of that stuff being planted all at once. There be the firefly bushes. Again, that was like the one plant that had been, why yes, by all means add that to my base without asking. Yes, they're very pretty. I am fond of those guys. All right. And those, save that, save those. Save that, that can go there. I'm not using that, but fine. One more pure coal block. Bada boom. Maybe I should decorate the enchanting that way. And an assortment of polished granite. For the better of decorating. And let's see, what would be nice? Putting a wall here, I suppose. That works. Having a look at this, I could go all hardcore and have the wall be made of redstone. That might be amusing. Certainly not difficult. A very electrical place, this. And not necessarily behind these. I'm not sure what it would do having power there. But in the vicinity. And then I can make more of those lights and use them. That didn't need to be granite. That can be humbler materials even. I heard a noise. There's gonna be all the frickin' creepers and garbage. That's a skeleton. So the noise could have been the parrot, but I bet it wasn't. Now, what kind of garbage do we have out here? That worked poorly. That, on the other hand, is working pretty well. Did I just yeet my own bow? For heaven's sake. One thing I like about these guys, they are not creepers. One thing I don't like about these guys is how many of them there are. Gotcha. And you... Oh, we've got a whole bunch of those? Okay. Are wearing armor that stops you being killed. And that's offensive. So that's one way to get a few XP points. Meanwhile, this is slowly pootling along. Although we are seeing stuff that ain't supposed to be there. So you know what? Let's start this getting filled again. It'll eventually get there. Now, I would pick these up, except for, I believe, if I go after them with... Well, I've got Silk Touch here. Is that what you need? Sure is. I will find a place to plant these. But for now, they're going in my chest. Also, this is time for me to go and deal with some of my stuff. Oh, dirt can go there. I do not need these chicken, but you know what? Hell yeah. So closing the doors and back in a moment because I am going to thaw out some food and get ready for dinner. And I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, whose silly horn was that? Oh, I thought I could jump on that for some reason. I'm not sure what gave me that idea. At any rate, that horn does indeed herald me being back. And I could have had a cat, but I put it into the chicken machine and it died a glorious, valiant death. I think it had great fun for however long it was. I was not sorry at all. I could be a little bit sorry. I don't think the cat was sorry. I guess we're doing this. We're going to be placing cobble. Also, spare torches in places that need it. Craftyman, hello. And this is badly designed. I'm doing it wrong. What's the matter with me? Yeah, this is clearly me doing it wrong. Maybe it is. Maybe the idea of making this out of redstone is dumb and I shouldn't do it. Oh, and that seems wrong too. How about let's not do that? Give me that back. I absolutely do not need more redstone. Oh my god, there is so much redstone. I very much do not need more redstone. Are these paintball bushes? No, they are not. Did I put them away? I believe I did. So that's kind of colorful. And I could do a few of them over here too, if I want. It's fine. Okay, so the concept here is simply an enchanting table, but we're going a little more hard. random piece of dirt, I think. Sure is. Random piece of cobble? Hell even is that? Okay, so there we have that. We can place that there. I'm of two minds about the redstone wall motif. I kind of like it and I kind of don't. Although it's fairly easy to adjust. Only reason that's there is because I figured there was a redstone there, so I might as well run with it. I could put more of those lanterns. Nah. Although, you know what? The sand's gonna fall through again. See, told you. Well, nothing to be done about that. Or that. That was still burb. I could have a bunch of rooms in here if I wanted. I could be filling in under there, or I could just leave it lit up. Okay. Digging on the firefly bushes anyway. And here we have a little more dirt. Fancy that. That quiet beeping was my oven being ready to make taco shells. Well, hey. Randomly, a little tiny bit more dirt for no special reason. I remember somebody was all excited about getting dirt at the beginning of the stream. They were like, I need dirt. Heck with this cobble. Let's run around filling some things in with full-on proper stone and then go from there. Why am I carrying a busted bow? We've got a little bit more dirt. You can't make things with busted bows very well. It's not like it's a grinder, so I can't combine large quantities of busted bows. It's just the one. Random filling in. Get rid of a lot of smooth stone this way. Trying to fill in areas seamlessly. You can burn a lot of smooth stone that way. Ooh, and I had been wanting to fill something in under there rather than leaving it just one layer of dirt and then hole. I don't like that. Not that this is necessarily going to go great, but we can but try. Oh no, it looks like I can reach it after all. That strongly implies that I can place these blocks. Let's get more of them ready. Don't know why I have a fishing rod kicking around. I just always end up carrying the dumbest. My everyday carry in Minecraft can be completely hilarious and silly. It's the dumbest stuff. Can't reach you, but I can reach you. Okay, there's bound to be a way of reaching these. There we go. Not the easiest, but it'll work. Is it nighttime? Am I hearing skeletons because it's nighttime? Are they appearing under these? It's not nighttime. Let's go back into here and throw a bunch of more torches around. Just because we have all these dumb spaces needing to be filled up. Can make it into an more amusing looking space, or perhaps not even bother. That said though, this seems legit. Do we need to go this far over? There's nothing really important here. It's just the back of stairs. We can do that. And a little of this. Oh, do I want to go all the way over? No, let's make this wall be literally right here. And room is taking shape. It is a rather arbitrary size and shape, and that's fine. I heard a noise. It might have been the parrot, but it probably wasn't. And I'm going to want something that's lighting but cool over here, so maybe it's time to... Oh, light's going down. Noise of person nomming on a thing. Okay, are we ready? Very good. Is that you? Crazy burb. And I definitely need to chop down those damn trees. Sheltering monsters under them all the time. So do I have more redstone lamps? Signs point to, I don't think so. On the other hand, I sure have plenty of redstone. So it seems something could surely be arranged. I need glowstone to make them. Well, I will preserve my glowstone, but I can do with a couple more lamps. Boop. Okay. A little extra of that. Not that I need extra redstone blocks, clearly. Boop. Boop. And let's start putting some of these in here. But I think not there because it might do weird things with the chests. But then I could have one there. And I could have one here. We shall see whether it powers anything that it shouldn't. And then I've got one left for who knows what. But I can't really put it there because that's a thin and narrow wall. And I can't put it exactly between because that's 4 blocks rather than... And I can't put that between because that's 6 blocks. And that's a... Okay, so nothing works or makes sense, but whatever. It's all good. You know what? You can go in the valuable stuff box. Perhaps not the block. The block can go with the other blocks. Plunk a couple of torches here. Oh, not there. You know what? No. Fill you in. You can put a door in there somewhere later. Actually, does this even make sense? These should probably be bookshelves. That seems like that would be cooler. What am I even thinking? In which case, maybe this is where that goes? Gotcha. That's probably not going to break anything. One way to find out. Boom. That looks fine. I'm kind of digging having all of the redstone lamps everywhere. That seems good. And yeah, I was thinking in terms of having a bunch of bookcases here. So maybe I am at the point of being able to do that. Because the part I would be missing would be paper, and look at all of the paper we're growing. And there's the gamer tag of somebody who is underneath, so what on earth are you even doing? Found you. Found you. I'm not going to hurt you, I'm just chasing you to see where this goes. Also, I should eat food. Just as good in real life as it is in Minecraft, and it's 15 minutes and it's a good time for me to be eating food in real life. There's a corner. And there's another place to go here. And we're going to find out where this goes. And up we come. Some monsters there. And where did we get to? I am curious. Ah, I see. It is a house. Fine, fine. And this would be where those berries came from. That's pretty cool. Well, alrighty then. Okay, so there is a secret tunnel and or priest hole from this house to the basement of this area, such as it is. This interferes somewhat with my dominion over this little island, and what are you gonna do? Oh, hi. Monster coming and messing with me. I'm just swimming, you jerk. What's your little problem? Guess what? I bet you're gonna back off. Down he goes. They only get weird like that when you are actually in the water with them. Oh yeah, that's right, I was gonna... That's not very far below. Did we end up over here? No, apparently not. Well, I got distracted. This was not what I was going to do. What I was going to do, since I don't have all that much more stream time, is maybe make a whole crap load of bookcases. And I will do that thing. I planted all of these, I might as well use them. I probably don't even need to pick up everything that I break. There'll be enough. Boom! A lot of sugarcane to make a lot of paper with, and then I have X number of leather. Let's briefly see what this looks like. Oh, I'm loving the extra fireflies. That's cool. Liking that. It's a good thing to have by the windows. The particles show up all over the place. I could have particles all indoors too. That's pretty cool. Anyways. Sleeping. Making large quantities of paper. Putting that back now that I don't need it. I'm grabbing more paper. Grabbing literally all of the leather I have. Just there. Also, I'm going to need planks. Making all the books I can. That's going to give me 8 bookshelves. For a total of 23. Which can live here. You're going to need to not be in the way as I place all of these things. They're going to go in this corner. They're only going to go too high. And I don't need them to literally be in that corner. And we could do with a few more. But for now, oops, that ought to cover it. I feel like I could do with a recess in here. Also, I am not sure whether I want floor to ceiling. I feel like maybe floor to ceiling might be nice. I've got enough. there. That seems cool. And have we got stairs? We've got a few stairs, but I can make more quite easily. This bit of music is rather grating, honestly. See you later, Dr. Wiggins. And honestly, this could extend. That could absolutely extend. Oh, that's not how we do that. No, sir. Okay, so needing to place a few more of these bookcases in appropriate spots. Believe that would be, and that would be. What's that noise? Is that you, Burb? Burb's gonna sneak down here and do magic. And I usually like throwing a chest in here as well. While I'm at it, seems like I might as well do that. Why not? Do I even have one? Yes, I have 4. Got polished granite. Got half slabs. Fat powder chest there. We can fill in all around it. In amusing ways, like with stairs. Where's my regular granite? Not actually using the half slabs. Got that. That and that seem good. Hide the rest of it. Got there. Could put light there. Probably don't need to put light there. Hidey chest. where there is also lapis. Crafting table for building things when you need to. Could be handy. Floor to ceiling bookshelves. Corner bookshelves. Could be worse. And point of the exercise at 457. There we go. Many possible enchants can be done here. And it is all very impressive looking. Oh, I could put the lantern there. Kind of flashy, but why not? I don't think electricity breaks enchanting, so what's to stop us? The distastefulness of redstone appearing down there. There we go. It illuminates the weird little runes nicely. Sweet. And the very top I don't think are affected, but I do believe that will work. I also believe I could use a crafting table around here somewhere, but there's one right here, so I shouldn't be complaining. This, and this, and this, and this. This, and this, and that. And these. Oh, it is nighttime. Time to pass that. And yeah. And I feel okay, so what I'm wanting, I want to chop down these damn trees before I log off. Everything else will be fine, up to and including the chicken bomb over there, which cannot actually go out of control because it has a failsafe now. So that's neat. So it's a bamboo handled axe, this one. It's going to be marvelous. We'll throw some sticks in here just for good measure. Let's throw the paper over here. I've certainly got enough. I just am out of leather. And since that was mostly from my own stuff, I wouldn't be going and raiding anybody else for leather. That seems impolite. So let's go. What do we get? I can only enchant to efficiency 1, but I think it would be able to go to 30 if I had him. So that will do. I don't think you can enchant to beat up 1. Oh, it only was giving me unbreaking anyway. And it would let me do it. It would let me do it. That's already got enchants. That's got enchants. That's probably pretty useless. Unbreaking is not bad though, and it might give me another axe. So let's see where we get. I bet it's going to drop me below the level I need. No? Well, you look at that. Do I have another efficiency 1? Oh, will you look at that? They're both 8, but that's an efficiency 2. But with the efficiency 1, I could repair it to an efficiency 2 versus a beat-up, worn-out efficiency 2. Whereas with the other one, I can't. So that's how that's going to work. And I probably have enough levels for it. So, Anvil, hello. There we go. Got there. And now let's get these trees out of here with much more rapidity than was available before. And then I go and have tacos because it's dinner time. Tomorrow I might be working on the music arrangement game on my own time. There's stuff I'd like to see happen from that. I think that was all the pieces of wood from there. I guess I'll find out. And then I'll have plenty of saplings for if I want to make more. But I've really got an awfully large number of logs out of these. I could make all manner of pale oak stuff at this point. I'm not short on pale oak logs. Not even close. And when these things are gone, creepers and skeletons won't spawn underneath them and hang around into the day. And the next thing you know, I'll be enchanting all manner of stuff and sort of cobbling them together using anvils. Honestly, that's kind of like what I do with guitars. Oh, there's a couple of these. You're riding the llama? Dude, if you can ride the llama, go to it. Bring it to your place and take the llama for your own. I don't even care if you don't even leave one of them. It was just a derpy random experience. Plus, you're probably the one that killed the traitor. So by all rights, you get to have the llamas. I'm not very llama-minded today. Oh, you can't control them, you can just sit on their backs? Well, I mean, what's not to like? Could you do one of those carrot and stick things? We are repeatedly missing logs, aren't we? There we go. That ought to cover that one. I believe this one doesn't have any missing logs, but maybe it... No, it does. I have to be more careful with this. Getting a lot of missing log. Not that I have to be that careful, honestly. It's fine. I just thought I was able to remove these trees very efficiently and effectively, and turns out I'm missing all manner of logs everywhere. But I'll still finish the process. Probably hang out long enough to let all of the leaves decay. Or break them with sticks like I'm doing now. Oh. Okay, looking good. Getting the classic Minecraft music up in this joint. Getting plenty of drops. I can repeat this. Or indeed plant these just in a big row. That would kind of sort of work. 27 saplings, not too shabby. Now doing that will wear out your axe too much. I'm just not all that concerned. I mean, it's been a day. Probably very correct for me to be doing the Minecraft Urban today. I could go and do intense hard work and get stuff done. And my heart is really not in it, so I'll get back to the... Oh, and look at that. We have successfully filled this chest with eggs again. And one feather. That worked while I was doing all that other stuff. This process worked. For a second I thought somebody put a lava in the machine, but no, that's what I put there. And that's how that runs. And depending upon how much time other people spend leaving this place loaded, it's probably going to be pretty harmless. It's not going to expand. Pink sounds. Are you saying you can do that? Or are you requesting permission to do it? Because the way I play this, there is no admins on the server. And Rip Luca, oh, if you say so. I mean, I have every expectation of being griefed to heck myself, at least at some point, if not immediately, or I never really expect not to be grieved. So I'm kind of just like, well, I'll do what I can with what I've got while I've got it, and I'll see where it goes. And the rest of it becomes... Oh, Crafty Man. The way you play... I would be dismayed at that notion. You have the vibe of just a griefer or something, which is not to say that in a really negative sense, so much as just maybe that's not where I'm sitting right now. Nobody is up. Nobody is up. I am not up. I have to log on to the actual server and go into the computer that it runs on to do anything along those lines. I do not have op myself. And that's as I planned it, so I'm going to leave it that way. We will do what we can with what we got. And when I come back next, I'll be fishing. Are you painting them different colors now? Were they that color before? Oh, they're getting all different kinds of colors, ain't they? I have no idea how you're doing that. Although that's a pretty llama look for the white llama. I do not have any dyes, and right now I'm not interested. It's dinner time. Only thing I'm going to do, apart from breaking my ankle, is grab these last things and put them where I put the others. And then I will be leaving this place. And as always, finding out whether there's anything left when I get back. Because sometimes that's just how that rolls. But I made a cool library though. I am not sure if I need or want all of those. So perhaps, see, I don't know what it takes in order to get to full enchant. Floor to ceiling with these does seem kind of cool, but you know what? I'm going to go and get the bed. And assuming I had any squid ink, oh, you should be able to dye stuff glow in the dark. There should be a glow in the dark bed. That would be so funny. Yeah, fair. I'm actually not very close to being able to get level 30. So I'll be kind of building things bit by bit instead. Although I should be able to make more of these. Right now, all I'm thinking in terms of is what do I need to do in order to get? And there are some glow squid, but what I was looking for was the regular ones. Let's patrol the outside, searching for an ordinary old squid. There's one. Aha. Haha, I say. Up and away it goes. Nope. I have a bed to dye. This is a cool underwater realm, I gotta say. Even though it is very much haunted with those nasty drowned. We got a lot of drowned. But it is still a neat thing. Okay. And yeah, these need to be outside all the windows. I'll do that. Wizard sleep in black beds. Ta-da! Perfect. No notes. And with that, it's time for me to go and have my tacos. I have gone a little bit late, but there were things I wanted to do. depending upon how things go or how I feel or whatever, I might be all fired up and coding plugins or programs on Thursday, or we might come back here. But here's a place that I can come back to, and you can come back to if you can read an IP address if you're watching this. And on that note, I will disconnect for now. And, at some point, I could make music, but I've got a bunch of more plugins and things to make in order to be completely satisfied with what I would do to do that. But one thing at a time. Anywho, talk to you later. And hey, tonight I get to run the reverb generating program into the matrix and have it actually generate something useful rather than what it's been doing the last 2 days. So there's that. I'm gritting my teeth over that one. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.